Okay.
Thank,
I'll state the topic of the bill first here. It's an act requiring the Department of Education to provide the House and Senate standing committees responsible for education with written copies of laws relative to education. It is an early bill.
thank you, Mr. Chair. For the books, I'm Representative Linda Tanner. I represent Sullivan District 9, the towns of Plainfield, Cornish, Grantham, Croydon, Newport, Springfield, Sunapee, and Unity. I'm in my fourth term on the Education Committee, and 3 out of those 4 terms, actually, I received, while I was working on the Education Committee, I received the annotated education laws for each biennium. Last term, we did not receive those laws. And I had requested, of course, it was an unusual biennium because it was cut short. But I requested those laws several times, the booklet. I find it very helpful. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a former school teacher. And it's very important for me, particularly at my age, I guess also, that I have something in writing that I can kind of look at and go through. And I found the annotated version of the law very important and very informative because it told me about the amendments and it told me about court cases and that sort of thing. So I found it very important. I don't know if the House Ferry just showed up all of a sudden before this bill came up on the table, but voila, yesterday, big cartons rolled into our secretary's office and we were handed the new annotated versions, which is what I requested in this bill. I think the bill is still important, even though you may think because you got the booklets that it's kind of a moot case. I think that so much in the past, I don't know, 4 years, 5 years, we've seen what is usual and customary procedure, what is common courtesy, unwritten rules, just kind of fall by the wayside. And it's been a real wake-up call when you say, really, they can do that? And this is one of those things that I think has been a courtesy thing. It's never been in statute before. So I think it's important that we go through this law, this bill. I've handed out an amendment to the bill because I realize that, you know, even though I'm over the hill, there's a lot of young people coming up, thankfully, and they use portable storage devices, thumb drives or flash drives, as you see. And certainly it's more cost effective to the people that are doing this. And talking about cost effectiveness, when I got my bill back and it had an FN on it, and it was, I looked at it and the first thing that jumped out at me was the $10,000, and I thought, that's like $400 a book. I didn't really think a paperback book, even how big they were, was going to be $400. So I did call the Department of Education. Attorney Fenton talked me down off the $10,000 and assured me that it didn't cost $400 a book. And we had quite a good conversation about it. The other part of this bill, or the amendment, is that I also talked to a couple of superintendents in my area about how they found out, how they were able to access RSAs on education and the changes on education, and if they had to have a quick look up how they did that. And of course they have, you know, lawyers that they can call, school districts do, but I'm sure they try to do that as little as possible, knowing how much an hour they probably get charged. But one superintendent said, gee, a few years back, I remember that they used to send us flash drives or the thumb drives or the portable storage devices. So in the amendment, I put in there that the representative or senator may request, in either format, and that the superintendents receive a flash drive of the new annotated laws at the beginning of the biennium. I think it's important we're all working from the same place. So that's my testimony, and I'm willing to take questions.
Thank you very much, Representative Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you aware also that the book is what we really need because we can't use our laptops and whatnot while we're at hearings, so it's hard to look up with a thumb drive?
Yeah, I think that's probably true. The thing about looking up, I know the website has been improved and it's got the laws on it. They're just not annotated. Yeah.
I'd like to just clarify that in terms of using a computer during hearings, that was one of our procedures and the guideline that we've been given. However, knowing that accessing the RSA is the only way we can do that, that it is permissible to do just that. And I think Representative Mino is also under that understanding. He has his out right now, and that's a result of not having the book.
Right.
Another clarifying point too is that we were told that we would have thumb drives. I never received my thumb drive. And of course, my new computer doesn't even take the thumb drive. And the second part to all that is that some of the legislation that we passed through HB2 is still not on the web, on the RSA page. So I think your issue, and I shouldn't form in a form of question, would you believe that perhaps we need to do a little bit more than just the book? We need to get things updated currently on the web as well.
Yes, and with my discussion with Attorney Fenton, who's here in attendance this morning, thank you for coming, we discussed the possibility and the good probability that we could actually get a printout of the new RSAs at the end of the first year of the biennium as they apply to education, because that's the other thing. The book is, a 2-year book, and we do have changes after the first biennium, or the first year of the biennium. And she said that would be readily available. Is that correct? And my other thought on this bill was about the education rules, which have still confused me about, exactly. I'm not exactly sure how all those turn around and come back to us, but certainly there are education rules that I would like to have the ability to look up easily. And I find the Department of Education website, although it's beautiful, is sometimes very difficult for me to navigate. And it may be my age, but I've heard it from some other people that they've had a little difficulty finding laws and rules as they're made up. So certainly if we could get a flash drive, portable storage device for the rules, the education rules, or at least the current changes, I think that would be helpful as well.
Yeah, I wanted to first off thank you for this. I really appreciate this, and I really love your amendment because I find a book is hard to search. I gotta really look, whereas my phone, which is what I use. Sorry, I didn't put my red button on. My phone, which is what I use to access all of that stuff, I would love to put the book in my phone so that, because it's annotated.
Right.
And that way, so my question is, do you, in your conversation, have any idea when they'll get us that thumb drive?
No, but I think after I finish that, you can ask Attorney Fenton to come up, and she evidently has the answers to some of them, or at least knows where to get them. I think the other issue is that I remember, the old books like you, Chairman Ladd, talked about yesterday, were about 3 times the size of the
Yeah.
one that you see today for the new people. And Jim Grenier used to bring his book every day, and he had like, I bet you 100 of little tabs on it where different laws were. And I really appreciated at that time, I think it was maybe the second term on the Education Committee, Attorney Fenton actually came with an index of here's where these things are that we've been talking about. A lot of things for education are, and it was very informative. So perhaps you can ask her if she'd be willing to do a little index for us as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you believe that I have back to 2008 with those little sticky notes all through it, yellow marks all through it, pencil, and that is where I go back to reference, especially the annotated versions, to find out the history of when these things occurred.
That's right.
That's very important.
It's very important.
Our next speaker is from the department. Yes, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question about Representative Tanner about the portable data storage device. And I'm wondering if possibly when it says provide a physical copy, and if it just said electronic copy. Because I
Representative
think-
Hall, can you move that mic a little bit closer
sorry.
to your speech?
So I'm just wondering about electronic copy. I'm just thinking down the road, flash drives, people don't even use them, you know, or they might not use them, they use them now, and if you just left it electronic, that it could be wide open to whatever technology is available next year, or it doesn't really change the intent
Right.
of the,
I think that's,
amendment?
thank you for the question. I think that the portable data storage devices is kind of, when I went to OLS, I asked for a flash drive, and this is what they came up with, and I think they were trying to cover some of those bases as well, but certainly in the future, I think we can, you know, if it becomes a problem, and one of the two of us is around, then I think we can offer another amendment.
okay, thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Tanner, thank you for bringing this forward. Just a quick question. When Attorney Fenton walked you off the cliff, did she give you a ballpark estimate what the cost would be?
Yes, she did. She said about $105 per book. I'm not sure if that was the huge one or the
Annotated.
the vision that we have is the big books had all kinds of laws about camps and about the state of New Hampshire, how it was run. I mean, they were referenced across with education, but they really were ancillary. So this, I think, is a more condensed version of the book. It certainly isn't, like I said, the three stories high. And as you know, a true attorney, she kind of couched it with, you know, prices go up all the time.
Thank you, Representative Tanner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. One more, Representative Cornell?
Well, I don't know if it's really a question, but I know a lot of the newer people to the committee aren't here, and I don't know, has there been an orientation so they actually know what we're talking about and what the book is?
Generally
No.
speaking, in response to that, when we have our first meeting as an education committee at the beginning of the biennium, we have in the past had these materials, or at least had them within a month or two afterwards, and when they're handed out. These books came back to us. I saw them on the desk in here, but we didn't have any hearings or exec sessions this last summer, so they sat there. I believe I did mention it somewhere along the way to some groups of folks that came in either on other committees or commissions and said, we have these books upstairs in the administrative office, go take one. But they weren't going to mail these things out to us.
No, I was totally unaware they were available, or
Yeah.
even, like I said, I thought it was just the House Ferry that showed up with them the
No,
other day.
no, they have been available, and I did make it known to when we were looking at CTE, when we were looking at the school building deal where the infrastructure funds, that bill, to support, well, you know, that legislation, we did mention they're upstairs. However, the only way of getting them would be to drive in and get that book, and there's a lot of issues with this whole thing, you know, because I know that I bought a thumb drive the other day for my insurance company. They want to see what the inside of my house looked like for the homeowner's policy. I got a thumb drive, came home, and I couldn't put the thumb drive in my computer. So then I have to send it all by phone or whatever. So our technology is changing so rapidly. Your whole intent here is wonderful, and we've got to figure out how to make it work so we become familiar with what we're doing and what we have done in the past. So if there's no more questions for the sponsor of the bill right now, we can invite Diana up and hear from the department what their plan is to make this thing work.
Thank you.
Yep.
Promised Representative Tanner I would testify with my book. It's really important to have props, right? So, good morning. For the record, my name is Diana Fenton. I'm an attorney with the Department of Education. It's nice to see everyone. So, there is a long-standing history with the book. When I began with the department back in 2015, it was quite thick and voluminous. The joke I always made was the reason I did criminal law before education was that we had a thinner book. But if you looked through that book, there were provisions that were just not necessary. There was a provision on homicide. There were provisions on camps. It just wasn't necessarily relevant. So my co-counsel and I at the department recently went through and we culled out what was not necessary. And well, we're lawyers, so we use fancy terms like we call one book the big book and the other book the little book. And I hope those terms are easily accessible and translatable, but this is what happens when two lawyers hang out together. So we have the big book and the little book. The little book costs $105 to publish, as Representative Tanner testified to. Not only will the price go up, and I think that's expected across the board, but more importantly, we're not sure if the publisher will continue to publish the book. It is not profitable for the publisher, and that is outside of our control. So that is a caveat that I wanted to share with this committee. However, I will be the first to say, and I told this to Representative Tanner, I understand the need and the desire to have the book. No one uses their book more than I do, so I can certainly agree with that. As for the rules are a little trickier. And one of the reasons is not only do we have so many rules, as is evident by our website, but my concern in publishing them, we can publish them as a state agency. We have a publishing, I don't know if it's a company, but it's a state-run organization that does all the publishing. It's the reason you have all the bills printed here. That is a state agency. We can work with them to publish it. However, when it comes to our rules, I think it's important to realize that each set of rules has a different expiration date. So my concern about publishing them as one volume is that every section is going to run its course at a different time. One thing we did do in the past, which you're probably familiar with, is we did publish and print the Code of Conduct, which was passed by this committee back in 2017, I believe. And the reason we did that is because it directly affects educators' credentials. We did not want it to just be on our website as another link. So we have actively published those books. We also actively publish the special ed rules every time that those are done. So rules are done on a 10-year cycle. I think the possibility, the more feasible possibility, because the fiscal note, that $10,000, that really comes from the anticipatory cost of the rules. The books are a lesser cost at $105. But I think one possible solution is to pick an area, whether it's CTE or credentialing or minimum standards, and have those rules published. That's how I think that could be feasible. I'm happy to take any questions.
I have a question first.
Sure.
When we had a bill a little while ago dealing with personal finance literacy, that is in the rules. It's not in the statute. So in order for us to know when we're preparing legislation or hearing from folks in the field or from the business people that want financial literacy, we have to go down and chase down and get on the web now and look for that area within rule making. My concern is that the last time I received the rules, and I always carry the rules with me, but I can't recall how many years ago when we had the issue where the rules weren't, there was a new change came forward in 306, and the new rules could not go into effect, seeing that it had missed that 10-year date for renewal, and so we flipped back to the old ones, but the new rules were already printed in the book. And so then we had to reprint saying, no, you go back to the prior year rules. That was back, I think, when you either came on board or Aaron was still here or there. How can we get these rules annually like we used to, or biannually for our committee? We used to get a book, which the rules went, especially 306, which is the most important ones, dealing with the approval of public school education. How can we get a copy of that provided to us each biennium? A hard copy.
Those can be published, as I mentioned. So a couple of things that I want to just unpack from the question, and thank you for the question. The department cannot engage in rulemaking without statutory authority to do so, and that's 541A.
Yep.
So anytime you see a statute that says rulemaking, it will have the associated statutory number. So it surprises me that there are rules without that statutory authority. That should not exist. However, more to the point, if the committee requests that we publish a certain section of the rules, minimum standards, school approval, I think that is feasible to do, but there will be an associated cost. And again, in the fiscal note, we came up with that amount of $10,000 just based upon the amount of rules that we have.
Just in response to that follow-up, it was very informative for us to have that book. We could open it up and figure out where we were. And in fact, that part I just spoke to dealt with the required courses that had to be taken for graduation in high school. And it was listed under the social studies where you had economics and some of the other, and then it went into personal finance. It was not in statute. That's one of the reasons why we brought forward legislation to put personal finance literacy into statute, which I don't believe we have done yet.
And
So I think we all need a copy of that when we start out and work here, because oftentimes we are referencing rule and we don't have anything that's there for us to look at other than getting on the web, and then we're searching where to find it on the web, which is oftentimes difficult.
And I do not disagree at all. I love paper copies and books myself. The testimony from the department is simply to be mindful that we will need the monetary support in order to print those copies. So the department's happy to provide that information, but it will certainly come at a cost, but we can work with the state publisher and provide those books of rules. They're very helpful to have, and it is the law. So I can certainly understand why the committee would want that information, but we have to be mindful that there has to be that fiscal cost associated with it.
Okay, I'm going to allow others to have some questions here. Representative, yes, Mary Beth.
Thank you. I have two unrelated questions, but let me start with the first. We know that the state has publishing facilities on Store Street. If Thomson Reuters stops publishing this, can we just get the state to publish it?
It's possible. I don't want to speak for the publishing, the state publishing group, because I'm hesitant to speak for them. But is that a possibility? Yes, and I appreciate that idea.
Okay, my second one is, I think I'm the only other lawyer sitting at this table, and so my question is a little bit more inside baseball, but I noticed that there's no case law in here like you would find in the real RSAs. And that apparently was a conscious choice, but case law in my 14 years here has proven sometimes critical to understanding what's going on in statutes. And I'm wondering why the case law is not shown.
I'm just looking at my version of the book because I agree with you. I like the case law, and I don't think you have to be a lawyer to appreciate how the court has interpreted something. I can't speak to why the decision was made for that particular book. That's outside of my knowledge base. Might have been a publishing decision.
Okay, well, thank you.
No, thank you.
Can I just follow up on that, because that's a very important point. We've dealt with various types of educational issues, sending children to another school district. When I went to look up the Lisbon case regarding manifest education, it was in the old books, not in this book. That the case law is extremely important when we're dealing with Claremont issues and others right now. It belongs in our books. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Attorney Fenton. In terms of rules, I think an even more important part is special education. There is a lot in special education rules that is not in statute nor in federal law. And there is a statute specifically granting the department the ability to make rules without a statute behind them. So I think having special ed rules is even more important than many of the other areas.
Well, again, I don't disagree. My understanding is that when the special ed rules were revised, which was about 2015, 2016, pursuant to the IDEA money, the department did publish the special ed rules because I think it's exactly what you testified to, part of your question, just the importance of them and the complexity of them. So I do believe those books are available. I have seen them. I have one. I'm not sure what the exact distribution is, but if what this committee is really asking for is a copy of those books, I can certainly speak with Becky Fredette and see if I can provide those. I would also suggest, I think they have this down in Senate Education, they have a bookshelf with some of the books on it, the Senate books and the rule books, and so that might be a possible solution as well. Everyone likes to have their own book. I write my name on mine, so I certainly understand that, but just in terms of having it as a reference, that might be a reasonable approach as well.
It used to be SOP, Standard Operating Procedure, that they were handed out to members of the committee at the first, day we met. The special ed rules, the rules for school approval, all that. We got copies. And that somehow stopped, and it stopped, I would go back at least 6 or 7, 8 years ago. It stopped coming like that. And I know that various chairs have been here have had that concern. So I'm glad you're here today listening to us. Representative Luno.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks very much, Attorney Fenton, for joining us this morning. So, you've sort of laid out some logistical concerns with, in terms of printing books, the loss of the absence of case law in at least these copies here, and also the possibility of printing rules. But how does it work for, outside of the legislature, how does it work for school administrators and school boards?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I know when I first started 6 years ago at the department, we would get a huge order of these law books. There'd be various types of these law books over the years. Some of them had the case laws, others didn't. I believe that is a publishing decision. I don't think that's coming from us. We're kind of at the beck and call and the whim of the publisher. Historically, Representative Luno, the department, my understanding is we would provide a copy of the book to every SAU, and I think over time that has just changed. And I can't speak to the exact reason for that change. I don't know if it was a cost or a personnel change. I'm not sure. And moving forward, to be honest with you, I'm not sure how the SAUs now receive that information. That might be on them to seek that out. I think the reality is we had an issue with the publisher. The publisher indicated they didn't want to publish these books anymore, and that changed a lot of our former practice. And we're seeing the results of that change in practice. So we can certainly look into how that is handled, because the testimony is clear that everyone appreciates the information and it's important to have. And the department doesn't disagree with that at all.
Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome back, Attorney Fenton. So my concern, I want to go back to something that Representative Ladd referenced earlier. My concern has to do with updating the RSAs online. I don't know whether or not this is something that you feel comfortable speaking to, but I'm curious as to what the process is for updating the electronic version of the RSAs, because I feel relatively comfortable on a computer, and I find it super circumventing to have to go to Google to figure out how to get the inside information that I need when I'm considering some change or a new law. So if you wouldn't mind commenting on that.
Sure, I mean, I can certainly agree with where you're coming from. Myself and the department have nothing to do with updating the laws on the website. I would anticipate that the state has, and this is pure speculation on my part, but my guess is the state has a contract with either Westlaw or LexisNexis. Those are the two big legal publishing companies that would then update the laws on the website. So I think that is all kind of behind the scenes thing. The joke in law school was everyone who couldn't pass the bar went to work for one of the publishing companies that then updated the laws, and I see the fellow attorney nodding her head, which always makes me feel good. So I think that's what you're seeing. That has nothing to do with the department.
So just a follow-up, if you will, Mr. Chair. Attorney Fenton, I think you would agree that there are times when I contact you to ask you to send me the information that I need because I can't find it somewhere.
I do agree with that.
Is there, right, well, I like to make sure you have work to do, Attorney Fenton.
I appreciate that, yes.
So is there, where do you go to electronically get, if you will, the updated information on an RSA that might have recently been enacted?
Well, just to be clear, I thought you were calling me because you liked me. So now I have to rethink a lot of things in my life. But in terms of where do I go, I do get copies of this book every January. I'm not sure where my most recent copy is. Through the Department of Ed, I have a subscription to LexisNexis. And so I can go on to that website, that search tool. That is something that we subscribe to. When I first started at the department, we did not have Westlaw. We did not have LexisNexis. And I said, in order to do my job, I need one of those search tools. So we have a contract with them. And myself and the other attorney and my assistant have access to it. And I don't know. And we also have, I have New Hampshire, what is it? The New Hampshire Bar has a search tool similar to that. I will tell you historically, when I worked with law enforcement, I got everyone in law enforcement access to the New Hampshire Bar search tool, which is very similar to Westlaw and LexisNexis. I don't even know if that exists anymore, but if that's something the committee would like me to look into, I'm happy to do it. We did it for law enforcement. I don't see why we couldn't do it for the legislature. I did it once before.
I certainly would appreciate that.
Anything
Thank
you
you.
can do to help us, it's appreciated.
I'd be happy to do that. I can't make any promises, but we've done it before successfully, so.
Okay, Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Fenton. This is my first time on education. I'm new. And I admit, even though I've been in the legislature for a while, I still can't figure out how to find what I'm looking for in the RSAs. And I know this morning I was late because I spent about 25 minutes trying to find out the particulars of the Education Freedom Account rules and regulations. And I couldn't find them. I could find them in the bills, but I couldn't find them because I didn't know, unless I looked through House Bill 2, where I was going to find those. So what recommendation do you have for those of us who are neophytes at this to help us before we get all these other helps? Just go to Google? Should I have Googled? Is that what I should have done? I could have Googled it. Okay. So it's out there. It's just not here.
Well, thank you for the question. I do think, I mean, even as a lawyer, I have a hard time finding things. So it's not because you're new. It's just challenging at times. I would perhaps suggest, because I think the lift to say publish all the rules would be too much of a heavy lift, but perhaps it makes sense to say every time a new rule is passed, a rule in a particular area, such as education freedom accounts, perhaps there is a publishing requirement and a distribution requirement. That is what I see as a reasonable solution, but it would have to have a fiscal note because that is a cost that the department can't just absorb. And we would have to be mindful that I think personnel-wise, we could absorb the personnel costs, but the cost of the publishing and the printing would be additional. And that would be my concern, is that the department does do an enormous amount of rulemaking and production in that sense. But I think it is a reasonable request when these rules are finalized and adopted. And I would like to go back to something Representative Tanner said during her testimony, is that if this committee is interested in further explanation on the rulemaking process, which can be a bit mysterious at times, the department would be happy to do a brief presentation on that.
Thank you very much. Representative Bohm and Representative Likas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. You said the publishers are not going to publish, but is it the same publisher for all our committees, or does every committee have a different publisher, like criminal justice? And I know this is still probably the biggest book of all of them, but how were all the others published? Are the same?
It's a little bit out of my area of knowledge, but I do believe that it's similar publishers. And yes, we get the criminal justice books every year. Yeah. All I can tell you is what I've heard is that the publisher has indicated, not promised, not stated, just indicated that they might not be publishing this moving forward. And that is nothing to do with the department. That's right outside of our control.
Thank you. Representative Likas.
Yes, if we have the big book from, 3 years ago, and we have the little book from this year, will we have, except for the case law, will we have all of those things that you were talking about, camps and, whatever? So like, if we want those things, we can just go back to the the older big book, or have they changed?
You can certainly refer to the big book for those sections that are no longer in the smaller book, but I will tell you that anytime you refer to old law, you're taking your life in your hands, so to speak. You should be shepherdizing and getting the most recent up-to-date laws. And I do think the reality is there have been significant changes, even in the 6 years that I've been here. This book changes all the time. And so I personally would never rely on an old law book for reference.
One more question, then we're going to have to move on to the next. Go ahead, Representative.
This is more a comment than a question, but I'm old. And I went to law school before we had all the electronic stuff, and I have sort of stuck by using hard copy books. We have a set of the RSAs right there that I pull all the time in every committee I've ever been on, and they are updated. They have the new law in the book, and they have the case law in the RSAs. So every one of these committee rooms has a current set of laws in them. And I can see some sort of case law on top. I'm not sure what's over there. But these rooms all have RSAs. So we have current law in this book, and I'll help anybody with hard copy because I'm much more competent on hard copy than I am on LexisNexis or anything else. So I'm just trying to say some of this is already here. We're talking about not having it, but we do have it. And we don't have the rules. And what I would say to add to that is it would be great if we had a copy of the rules over there, for this committee at least, because the rules are so crucial in education. So even one copy of the rules in the room would be a great reference point that we can pull out, and as I have done in other committees, and just use during a hearing when a particular subject comes up. So I know it's not a question, but I'm just trying to clarify what I'm hearing in the room.
Well, I think go
ahead. We do have out in the office here also all the statutory books here, annotated books, going way back. I would say 2007, 6, they're all on a shelf out there. You can go back year by year. There's one copy of each. That's very helpful. But the rules are also something that we used to receive that we don't. I think that's extremely important that we have copies of that. So I think where you're going, you're hearing our concerns, and it's just going to make our job better if we can have access to this information. I agree. If we're looking for some little minuscule area that we did in HB2, which is a bill of 100+ pages, You gotta search through that to find it, and you have to go on the web and look the bill up to find out what exactly is in it, because you're not gonna find it in statute yet. The issue of the buses on the infrastructure monies, that's not on the web yet. And yet I can go back and find it under the bill. That makes it very difficult for a person who's trying to write legislation or respond to a person in the public with current information. So we need some help, and we'd appreciate working with you on this.
Absolutely. The department looks forward to that.
Thank you very much. If there's not any other questions, we're going to close this hearing. I think we've communicated our concern, and I thank the sponsor for bringing this bill in. We will now move in.
Could we get pink cards from our two testifiers?
Yeah. Good point. Okay, so we're now ready to go on to the second bill today. That'd be a hearing for HB 1624. That's relative to students with disabilities participating in co-curricular activities and making an appropriation thereof. And it looks like we have the sponsor here. Welcome to our committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee members, for listening to my testimony on this bill. House Bill 1624 is a retread. We've had this bill before within this committee. It is a bipartisan bill. You notice there's not only Republican members, but there are some Democrat members sponsoring this bill, including Ms. Mullen and Representative Moffitt and Representative Mullen, Representative Rock. Again, this bill does a simple thing. Originally, this bill stemmed from Representative Moffitt over there. He had this bill in our first term together in 17 and 18. The bill passed the committee and ended up with an interim study recommendation. In the second year, we studied the bill. It came out as a commission bill the following term. That bill passed this committee. I chaired that commission, which looked at the impact of unified co-curricular activities within school districts and what the limits were, or what the things were holding back from districts executing or providing unified co-curricular activities. If you're not familiar with unified co-curricular activities, these are activities that are used both with special needs students as well as regular students, and usually it's a 50-50 mix. Most often it's in sports programs. You'll see unified soccer, unified basketball, but there's a school in New Hampshire doing unified theater, putting on specific events that will cater to some of the special needs students to put on a program. So it's not limited to just sports. This bill, after the commission last term, I was able to get late drafting, and we put this bill in. It passed this committee unanimously on a policy basis. It hit finance, and I hit a snag. There were some things that were missing in the bill that finance wanted to see. I fixed that in this bill, and I resubmitted the bill. It creates a $50,000 grant program within the Department of Education. That $50,000 has a two-tiered purpose. The first tier is if there are applicants, school districts looking to start new unified co-curricular activities. This will pay for the one-time cost for starting those programs. So I'm going to stick to sports because it's the easiest one, and I was a soccer coach in my school district, so I understand it. So if the school district wanted to start a unified co-curricular sports program, a soccer program, one of the big hurdles is the initial funding of that sport. So buying uniforms, buying the medical kit for the trainer, buying the soccer balls, those kind of things are a big one-time upfront expense. And so this bill looks to offset that expense and allow people starting to submit an application requesting the purchase of just the expense for equipment the one time. I served on the school board for 6 years and served on the budget committee before that. One of the big bait and switches that we always hear about with school boards and taxpayers is the state funds it the first time, and then the school district's left with the ongoing costs going on. We made this a hybrid bill, so in other words, what I mean by that is that we're only paying the equipment costs. The school still has to commit to the expense of a coach. So they know what they're buying in for the long-term expenses when they decide to apply for the grant and get it, and there's no surprises to the taxpayer. So if they're starting the program and there's a stipend to go to a teacher to coach that, then that school district has to accept the stipend cost as an ongoing cost, but the one-time cost could be offset by this. Again, this passed this committee last session. It was on the consent calendar on a unanimous vote, and I hope that we'd get similar support for this bill. Again, the policy hasn't changed. I just fixed the problems with the finances.
Thank you very much, Representative Lang. There are questions. Representative Bohm.
Are you aware there are some schools, I know Bedford is already doing this, and other schools also. So do we really need a bill to do it when it's already being done?
Thank you for that, Representative Bohm. I appreciate it. So again, when I chaired that commission, the number one reason we heard for school districts that don't have programs, that are looking to start programs, was tightening budgets. Was that one-time cost. Like, they might be fine with paying a teacher a $750 stipend, but the $4,500 expense to start the program was a problem. To buy the medical gear, the uniforms, and the sporting gear. The other thing I meant to say, and I apologize, there's a second tier to this program on the grant program, and that is that if the DOE has met all the requirements for new programs, the secondary use of those funds would be to replace equipment in school districts that already have it. So in your case, if they have it and there's money left over out of the $50,000 we budget annually, then the school district could say, we need to replace the soccer uniforms because we've had it for the last 7 years and the kids are wearing rags. And so they could apply to replace those rags if there's money left over in the grant program. So it supports not only new programs, but potentially ongoing programs to keep the cost down for the local taxpayer and keep those programs. My daughter, actually both my daughters, and my son participated in the Unified Sports Program, and I have to say that those programs are probably the most uplifting of all the programs that I attended when you go to a school. If you go to a Unified Basketball Sports, the community support and the student support is amazing on what goes on. And we want to encourage making our children really good human beings. So I'd encourage this program.
Thank you. Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, first of all, totally agree. It's probably the most uplifting program in a school, and it affects in a very positive way both the students that are coming from disabilities and special education, or perhaps having difficulty in some way in school, with the general population in the school. I've seen changes on both sides. My question is, does this at all go to transportation? Because I feel like a soccer ball and some T-shirts are no big deal, but transportation seems to be one of the things that keeps these teams from just in-house.
Thank you for your question, and the short answer is no. The short answer is I didn't do transportation costs in this. Again, there are certain expenses the school district needs to accept, and that's an unknown. If I have one game, it's going to be $1 amount. If I have 10 games, it's going to be a different dollar amount. It's an unknown that I don't think I want to get the Board of Education involved, the Department of Education involved in trying to figure out funding for that. And so, again, this is part of the I'm really nervous about bait and switches, right? And we put together a program, we encourage it at the state, we fund it for 1 year, and then the school districts are left hanging after the second year, and they have to cancel or do something else because the funding's not there. This is very clear. The labor and the transportation costs are strictly on the school. They need to know those. They'll figure out what those costs are based on what they anticipate what the program will look like, and then that's on the local taxpayer and the school boards to decide if they want to do that.
Further questions? Representative Cornell?
Thank you for taking my question. This is enabling for districts that want to start something like this. It's not mandating that they have to do.
Absolutely not. It's just a grant program. The school district, if they choose, they want to put on, again, I'm going to stick to sports because it's the easiest one I know. If they want to do a unified soccer program, they could, in the next coming year, they could apply for the grant. And then if they get the grant, then they can hire their coach and do their things. If they don't get the grant, they can put it off, right? Again, it's just allows the district to apply for the grant with DOE and see. There is, if I remember right, I put a sunset clause in here with a reporting feature. I've got to remember if I did that or not. I know I was, yes, there is. So again, beginning the fiscal year of 2027 and every 5 years thereafter, the department will conduct an efficiency review of the programs and expenditures under this paragraph and make recommendations to the legislature. So the idea was we'll get reporting back if the $50,000 are being spent or just sitting there idle, and if it's being idle, then let's repeal the statute. It's not needed.
Thank you. Further questions? Yes, Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Ladd, for taking my question. I just wanted to ask you, number one, how was the $50,000, how was that number determined, number one? And number two, clearly it would depend upon what type of program is being instituted. I'm just curious, how many different districts do you anticipate this benefiting?
Sure, thank you very much. So in working with Special Olympics, who was part of my commission that I did 2 years ago, where I chaired, it was estimated there was about $2,500 expense per program to start if you're looking at sports, because that's what Special Olympics does, is the sports program. So it was an estimated that equipment cost was around $2,500, so this would present 20 possible opportunities for new programs throughout the state.
Thank you. I've got a question for you. Looking at the bill, you've given the authority to make rules on this to the commissioner or to the department. Is that will that also develop and end up with the criteria or the process in which to award these grants? Will there be certain prioritization and handing out the $50,000 total, or is every school going to get, a little bit of a chunk? How's that going to?
I don't want to speak for the commissioner on what he plans on doing, but again, I'll say this, I serve on JALCAR as well, so I see the rules that come from Board of Education, Direct Department of Education into the state and for execution. And one of the things I know is they'll need to create a form for this to be able to have the the agencies file requests for it. So again, the idea was to give them broad rulemaking authority to how they want to administer this program.
Thank you. Are there further questions for the representative? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Do we have any other pink cards on this bill?
Negative.
Good military speech. Love that. So with that, we're going to close this hearing, and the next hearing starts at 10:30. Yeah, 10:30. So we have a short interim here.
Kind of a point of order, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to confirm if as a co-sponsor or co-sponsor, Representative Mullen or myself, if we would not be able to pepper Representative Lang with questions as co-sponsors. Is that correct?
If you're going to be testifying out there, you can't come back and start asking questions. We have a number of bills in which, though, that there are many people on, including some sitting on that committee. They can ask questions. You can ask questions. It's only if you're going to be out front testifying, and then you come back to the chair, and then you're going to go ask questions. That's not what we do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I know that. Let me have a little chit chat. Remember what I said at the very beginning of this meeting. So, Dave, are you folks in support of this bill? Right now. Yeah.
I'm trying to look up the bill last year to see what.
Just hang on. We're in the process of discussing this. I know the only difference now is what Representative Lang said, the 50 grand.
It is written exactly the same. The only thing I added was the finance brought up.
Are you guys good?
We're good. You good too?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and exec this bill at this time. Representative Moffett, you were one of the sponsors of the bill. Would you like to make a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would like to move OTP, Oscar Tango Papa, on this measure at this time.
Representative Mullen, would you
I
like
would
to
like
make
to
a
second that.
Thank you
Yes.
very much. So we have a motion on the table to OTP this bill, 1624, made by Representative Moffett and seconded by Representative Mullen. Would the person make the motion have any discussion, or are you good?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would simply say that this has come before this committee before and passed unanimously. And I think Representative Lang did a great job with the commission and chairing the commission and making this a bipartisan measure. and finance has done its job, and I think it's been cooked and is ready to serve.
Representative Mullen?
I concur.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion from committee members? Not seeing any. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll? Or, yeah.
Okay, the motion is OTP on HB 624 FNA. And Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Bohm. Representative Lakis. Representative Moffett says yes. Representative Hobson. Representative Ford. Representative Nelson. Representative Sodi. Representative Litchfield. Representative Wells for Myler.
Okay.
As you were.
There's a hand. Representative Lakis, what is your question? Okay, we got it. We're in the middle of taking this vote. Let's continue with the vote, please.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Mullen.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Porter.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Walls.
Yes.
Representative Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So we have 16-0 for OTP.
Is everybody good with consent? Any opposition? We're all good? You'd be on consent? Thank you very much, Representative Lang.
Chair, members of the committee, I'd want to say thank you very much. I'm sure it wasn't my speech, it was a topic that you were so excited about, and I thank you for passing it up.
You're welcome.
This was Moffett Nolan.
Okay, we have another bill which we possibly could take care of here. That would be the bill we just heard prior, 1521. And there is an amendment. I don't know if everybody's received that amendment. If you haven't received that amendment, we really shouldn't take any action until everybody's had a chance to read that amendment. And we have lots of opportunity later today to do something if you haven't read it. So I would prefer, if you haven't seen the amendment as of this point, and concur that we wait, and if there's any questions, let's discuss it, on the side here, and then get it taken care of today. Yes.
Mr. Chair, I would like to speak to the amendment because it's just a little like tweak to the original bill. I mean, it's no big deal, and I think everybody, I passed it out, so I think everybody had a copy of it. I could point out the change.
I think what we'll do though, Representative, is that because some are taking a break right now.
Okay.
We will do it, but let's, you'll be able to speak to it when we take this up.
Okay, thank you.
I think there will be time. Okay, we have about a couple minutes before we start with the next bill, but I communicate this information to the committee here. We will be setting up 2 subcommittees that will look at bills here. One of those bills, which we're going to be looking at, we haven't heard yet. We will hear later on this afternoon. That bill is the bill that's dealing with the foundation for the budget. It's 1680, I think. I wrote this information
Yes.
down, and it's...
Correct, 1680.
Yeah, 1680. I want just to announce the folks which are going to be on that subcommittee. And I just wrote them down on a piece of paper, and believe it or not, I don't even know where I put the paper. Okay, good. Okay, on 1680, be Ladd, Cordelli, Bohm, Luno, Porter, and Mullen. We will be meeting, just so you can put it in your book, on the 24th, that's a Monday, on that bill at 10 o'clock. We should go about 10 o'clock to noon. Then in the afternoon, we have a bill that we will have another subcommittee on. That's HB 1530. That's the bill that Representative Ford brought forward the other day, dealing with the 4-year degrees, et cetera, at the university level. On that committee, it will be Ford, Ladd, Moffett, Likas, Luno, Woodcock, Tanner, and Ellison. That bill, the subcommittee work will occur on that at 1 o'clock on the same day, the 24th. So you can get that in your calendars and be aware of that. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we're at 10:30 now. Okay, I would like to move it forward with our calendar. The next hearing on our calendar is 1657, HB 1657, establishing a New Hampshire Farm to School Reimbursement Program. We have the prime sponsor here, Representative Simpson. Welcome to education.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for having me and for hearing our bill this morning. I'm glad to introduce the Farm to School Reimbursement Program Bill, also called the Local Food for Local Schools Reimbursement Bill. This bill represents many hours of dedicated time and energy of stakeholders from across the state, those in agriculture and food sectors, those in school nutrition programs, and those community members who represent the social infrastructure that makes the local food economy thrive. Many of those who contributed to this bill will be testifying this morning, and we will be able to answer any questions you have that I may not be able to answer. Let me provide a little background. The Farm to School program nourishes children, supports local farmers and economies, and strengthens the resiliency of our supply chain. Some schools and communities already participate in the New Hampshire Farm to School program and experience these positive results. The investment we are asking the state legislature to make will make it possible for schools and communities all over the state to take advantage of the benefit of local food for local schools. With this policy, we can improve the health and well-being of our children and the resiliency of our local food system. The Department of Education's Office of Nutrition Programs and Services would provide a monetary incentive to schools who choose to direct more of their per-meal cash reimbursement funds from the USDA towards purchases from New Hampshire and New England farmers. The state would encourage this channeling of federal funds into the local economy by awarding schools $1 for every $3 spent on food from New Hampshire and $1 for every $6 spent on food from the New England region. The goal is for our local schools to be purchasing at least 10% of their food from local farms across the state. By offering every school a reimbursement up to $1,200, we would be investing in our children's health. By redirecting 1.2 million federal dollars into our local economy, we ensure that we build food systems infrastructure that will make us resilient for the future. Our children's health and the health of our farms and farming communities are worth the investment from the state. A robust farm-to-school program will help strengthen New Hampshire's agricultural sector and regional food security. It will also help New Hampshire students understand the regional, agricultural, geographic, social, and cultural aspects of our food system in New Hampshire. Before I hand it over to Representative Murray, who will talk more, I'm wondering if it would be okay. My school nutrition services director has asked me to read her one page of testimony. She is having a staffing shortage and was not able to be here, but she's been involved in farm to school work. We started the adventure together over 10 years ago, and she wanted me to read this, if that's all right. It is, yeah. Thank you, I appreciate that. Her name is Jean Pierce. Hello. Thank you for your time and for allowing my statement to be read in my absence. My name is Jean Pierce, and I'm currently the Director of School Nutrition for the Exeter Region Cooperative School District and the Exeter School District. I have served as two-time past president of the New Hampshire School Nutrition Association, past committee chair of public policy legislation for New Hampshire School Nutrition Association, and I have served other organizations both at a national level and within our state to support our children's needs within the school nutrition environment. I'm thrilled to support HB 1657 FNA, the Farm to School Reimbursement Program. I understand many schools are currently making purchases from local farmers, but we are in direct competition with the retail sales, which hinders our ability to increase the amount we would like to purchase, or for some schools to make any purchases. Currently, as I have in the past, I do make purchases from local farmers, vendors within New Hampshire and other New England states. Beef, fish, fruit, maple syrup, vegetables, to name a few. The positive effects of this bill will allow schools to purchase more local goods within our region, help our local farmers, and increase the relationships within the community. This bill would also allow many educational moments for our students to understand the importance of where our food comes from, how far it may travel, and the direct impact it does have on the environment and economy. This is such a positive. I speak for myself that our current supply chain issues show how important purchasing local is to having a food supply for my schools. I have spent hours looking for items that are grown, processed, and produced in our area. Schools across New Hampshire have been working hard to develop relationships with farmers and to learn and understand how we both are able to support and educate our community on the importance of purchasing local goods. This bill will help in ways that will only be seen after it is passed and working in our state. When funding stays local, it grows the economy, supports our community, and shows how important keeping our local farms growing is to maintain a food source for all citizens within our state. Thank you for your time, Jean Pierce. And now I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. Thank you for taking my question and being here today and bringing this program to us. Just a couple questions organizationally. How do local farms get to participate in this?
Sure. So, I'm sorry, I keep going
Yeah,
back and forth to see you.
Yes, I do.
You know, it's very local specific. Across the state, there different schools operate in different ways, but oftentimes community members are also involved in connecting schools and farmers. It's very much, in a lot of regions, it's very much, there are food hubs that help with that. Sometimes farms just will connect because they do a farmer's market at a school or near a school. It's very different. But I know, I haven't seen her yet, but Stacy Purslow, there she is. Stacy Purslow, who runs the Farm to School program, is also here to answer any questions that are more technical or if you'd like more information about that.
Just one follow-up. Thank you. Is the New Hampshire Farm Bureau involved in this?
We have spoken with them, but there he is. Hi, Rob Johnson is here in the back from
So
the
the
New
answer is
Hampshire
yes?
Farm
Okay.
Bureau.
Thank you.
I'm sure he'd be happy to answer any questions you have for him as well.
Hello.
Hi, how are
Representative
you?
Simpson, nice to see you and meet you, and thank you for coming.
Yes.
I just have I think this is a great idea. I was just curious if you could describe the 600,000 cost next year, what that entails.
Definitely. So the as I said, a lot of the stakeholders have been working on this for a few years. And based also in some of the research that's been done about resilient food system resiliency in New England and in New Hampshire, there's a goal of having, I'd say we all have a goal of like 10% of the money that we spend on food in local schools would be spent locally. So that instead of the $1.2 million that comes in from the federal government, if we could, instead of sending that outside of New Hampshire, send that into New Hampshire, we could build up our own resiliency, right? And so if the state invests $600,000, $40,000 of which would be the technology infrastructure that would have to support the program, and $560,000 plus that $1.2 million, that's 10% of the money that we spend in New Hampshire on local food. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand, I guess, why this is needed. Cannot the schools already buy local goods if they want to using the federal money? Do the local goods cost more, or why are they not currently doing that? Because I know we have lots of really good, farms and produce and all kinds of stuff in the state. Why are schools not doing that now? I don't understand.
Some schools are doing it, and some schools are not. And so this is an incentive for schools who are not doing it to participate, but it's also just a little bit, and I think Jean mentioned this in her testimony, it's also just a little bit of money that's extra for the budget for school nutrition. So school nutritionists will tell you that they operate in a very narrow budget, and that when they have even a little bit more to operate, then they are able to access local food more. So oftentimes, there are some products that are the same price, and there are some products that are cheaper if you buy them elsewhere, but it's better for the students and better for the economy to buy them from here. So having that little $1,200 kind of makes a big difference in some schools, especially smaller schools.
Further questions? Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Simpson, for coming with this great idea. This was something that, I'm ancient, so a long time ago, we tried to do this at our school. And the big pushback was not the farms, not the money, but the retail distributors who can distribute, for example, tomatoes 24/7, 360 days a year because they get them from all over. Whereas the local farmers could give us quite a deal in August with the tomato crops that were coming in, even local people, the farmers market, the little farmers market thing in the common. And at that time, the distributor really told our food service manager that if she were to buy the tomatoes from local distributors, he was not going to distribute fruits and vegetables to her anymore. And that's kind of the hammer that I think the retail areas have. And I'm just wondering, I noticed that your food service person, in her testimony that you read, just briefly mentioned about the distributors. And I was wondering how much of a roadblock that still is, and maybe how you're thinking about dealing with that.
Thank you. Sure. So I'm not sure when that was, how long ago that was, but I do know in the past 10 years, the local food systems infrastructure has really improved. And I think you're going to hear from someone from one of our food hubs in one of the regions of the state who will be able to speak more probably to that question. But kind of big picture, I do want to say that it is different now than it has ever been, in that some schools are already working together to have larger buying power when they approach suppliers and distributors. So and they have often the backing of folks in their community who can also help them navigate some of that. But I'd like for others who are working in that process to answer that question more specifically. Yeah.
Representative Moffett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. We got a good number of emails on this, which I looked at last night, so there's some real enthusiasm,
Great.
and I'm sensing great energy for this. And I just noticed the analysis. It establishes a farm-to-school reimbursement program. So it establishes a program, and I
Right.
see the $600,000 note. I'm trying to understand, is this a permanent program that DOE will somehow be involved with? Can you explain permanent, or is this a permanent program, or?
Sure, let me talk about that for a little bit. So I did notice in the fiscal note that when we've spoken with folks at Nutrition Services and the Department of Education, and they did not indicate to us that they would need extra staff people to administer this program. So I was a little surprised when I saw that in the fiscal note that it talked about that. But it would, I mean, if it succeeds, I would hope it would be permanent. Yeah, for sure. But right now, it's the $600,000 for 1 year.
Thank you.
Does
So
that answer your question?
So I understand this to be a one-year
General fund
initiative, not a
initiative.
permanent program, correct?
I haven't, that's a good question. I'm trying to find the bill. I'll be honest with you, I don't think it would be worth the investment in the technology as much if it were just a one-year program. So I think the intention, especially back to the distributor and supplier issue, the intention is that by focusing money in the local economy, we would also allow communities, like in real life, who are trying to get food from farms to schools, to be able to set up the social networks that make that happen, right? And so once those networks are up, it would be nice to keep them going. If the incentive works for a year, that's great. I think we just address it again in a year if everybody thinks it's going well and we rah-rah. There is a lot of energy behind it, right? I think we'd address it again in a year and
Okay.
see if we want to make it permanent. But it doesn't, I don't think it's in the bill that it be permanent.
Thank you. That's a really, I think, to me, that's a crucial question, yeah.
Okay, I have a question for you, and then we'll move on to other people might speak on this bill. I come from a farming community, Haverhill. It's up in the Connecticut River. Much of the land in Haverhill is now owned by farmers in Vermont. The Tier 1 is for foods that originate in New Hampshire.
Yes.
Crops which are grown in New Hampshire, but then processed across the river in Vermont, and some of it's vice versa too. We consider ourselves up there one region.
Right.
And we have many dairies in this state that are co-op, or milk has gone out to New York or Massachusetts, etc., and then comes back by a company out there. And then we have Hatchland Dairy in my particular community where everything is done right there, produced, bottled, drunk in New Hampshire. And of course they sell outside to Massachusetts and Vermont as well. So I guess the question I have here is that the milk that goes out of state, is that and comes back in through a organization that's owned, and a corporation that's owned elsewhere, is that going to get this benefit, or is a person like Howard Hatch, who has Hatchland Dairy in Haverhill, going to get the benefit?
the priority will be to food that is grown and dairy, et cetera, produced in New Hampshire to be used in New Hampshire. So that's the priority, is the local food to the local schools.
And so I guess in follow-up, the origin of the food would have been New Hampshire, but it's going outside the state and then coming back in the form of Hood or whomever it might, Booth Brothers, whatever. And so is that going to count as a tier 1, or is that going to be a tier 2?
So Representative Ladd, Chairman, I will give you my opinion. I think that will be worked out in the rules, in the rulemaking. I don't think that's in the bill. I think that will have to be hashed out in the details of rulemaking. Am I wrong about that?
Well, I'm just a little confused, and I've talked to folks over there at the Department of Agriculture and Marketing here in the state, and there are concerns regarding this area that I'm discussing.
Sure. I think that's definitely the thing that's going to have to be worked through. The most time will have to be spent working through that. My envisioning, or my hope, is that we would pass the bill and then as in rulemaking bring all the stakeholders together, or maybe, I mean, you all could do that in a subcommittee maybe as well, but that we would bring all the stakeholders together and submit comments for rulemaking, go through the whole rulemaking process, and that's where that would be kind of hashed out.
Okay, thank you.
But it's definitely, thank you for raising it, yeah.
We have other folks that want to speak here. We have a whole lot of cards, so thank you very much for presenting the bill. The next person will be...
Thank you for
Okay.
having me.
Thank you very much. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Megan Murray. I represent the town of Amherst, Hillsborough, District 22. I'm actually coming from a different perspective on this bill. I'm not here really to talk about the larger part of the structure of the bill. I'm talking about this from an educational perspective and a parent sort of perspective as well on behalf of my community. So the bill presents enormous opportunities to connect learners, teachers, and families and communities to the agricultural community. Nothing in this bill mandates or directs the Department of Education, districts, or schools to implement any specific criteria or assessment around food education. But what the bill does do is serve as a jumping off point for New Hampshire educational communities to make real-world, inquiry-based connections and explorations to the local food system and communities in which students live. Increasing the amount of locally sourced nutritional food on a child's lunch tray serves as an opportunity to begin talking about farming practices, agricultural science, nutrition, geography, and regionality of where our food comes from and the importance of it. Though, as I said, there is nothing prescriptive about what the teaching community must implement here, I do believe that our state has the opportunity to integrate learning that provides real-world scenarios to meet educational goals and standards, the educational goals and standards of learners today. Farming is no longer a process of just tilling the ground, sowing seeds, and then harvesting a crop, though that is the basic tenet. Farming touches all sorts of topics like climate resiliency, aquaculture, hydroponics, and many other state-of-the-art growing practices that require a high degree of science education behind them. I truly see the natural connection learning communities can make while simultaneously supporting nutrient-dense sourcing of foods locally and regionally. New Hampshire has an entire network of small farms and producers throughout the state. The farming community is vital to New Hampshire's food sourcing infrastructure, and we have seen that a well-diversified food infrastructure is vital to a healthy food economy in New Hampshire. There is no more appropriate time to implement such an incentive as now. Other regional states have also done so within the last calendar year, Vermont being one of the most recent that I'm aware of, though New York and Montana, I believe, have implemented it as well. As a parent, this excites me because food is such a vital component of who we are in our families, towns, and in our communities. To know that a child might come home and say, I tried a new vegetable today, I had kohlrabi. Did you know that that only came 4 miles away from where we are? That's exciting. I urge the passage of HB 1657 to support the need for strong local food sourcing initiatives within school communities. And I thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the representative? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Oh, yes, Representative Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for offering the opportunity to ask you a question.
Sure.
I wonder if in your endeavors at this way, and looking at it from education, you've explored or considered the opportunity for pathway-type programs through the high schools to segue into the community colleges or whatever, to get into this marketing, growthing, knowledge of, and therefore create career paths for people that they might not otherwise have considered.
Thank you for the question. I think that's an excellent point. I think that it's a really interesting opportunity. And as I said, I think these are natural connections that might be made by districts and schools and even within the department if that is under their purview. But I'm not here to mandate that within the bill. That's not the nature of this bill, but I see your point.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Representative McGee?
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Ladd and members of the Education Committee. I'm Representative Kat McGee, and I represent Hillsborough 27, which is Hollis, a farming community. As you've heard from the prior sponsors who've testified on HB 1657, there are many people here today with a great deal of experience in the practice of implementing a farm-to-school reimbursement program. When I learned of this bill, I wanted to sign on for another benefit I see in New Hampshire passing this bill into law. It's a way of acknowledging our local growers who always rise to being involved in their community. Hollis was established in 1746 and has signs posted on both of the state roads leading into our town center that say, "Welcome to Hollis, an active farming community." It's a deep-rooted part of our heritage and our identity, much like our excellent schools. So I wanted to be here today, and I wanted to help sponsor this bill, to say just a little bit about how important it is to acknowledge that this farm-to-school program does more than bring local produce into our schools. It says we value the importance of New Hampshire's rich farming tradition. It says that resiliency of our communities is steeped in how we use local resources and how we work together for the greater good. I know the owners of two of our major farms, David Ord of Lull Farms and Rick Hardy of Brookdale Fruit Farm. Farmer Dave, as he's known, attended UNH Co-op and came away with such an enthusiasm for farming as a young man that he convinced the owner of Lull Farm, who had no interest in continuing in the family business, to lease the lands and sell the building that make up his successful business several decades later. But he has admitted to me that the family farming model is running up against a lot of modern obstacles in recent years, and he's had to continually innovate in order to keep people stopping by his farm store as opposed to shopping at a one-stop shop like Hannaford's just down the street. Rick Hardy, on the other hand, of Brookdale, is a seventh-generation farmer in Hollis. And beyond these two men, and their very different stories of coming to toil the land, Hollis is also home to Lavoie's, Sullivan's, and just over one of our borders, Kimball Farm. Like many other sectors of our economy, family farming faces intense pressures in a modern world. Making the margins to stay in the business of farming as a small-scale grower gets trickier by the year. Whether farmers are facing big box competitors and their endless produce, as others have testified to already, costly changes in farming practices and regulatory burdens, or unpredictable crop patterns, a little tricky to say, crop patterns, of drought, deluge, or pests. We should all be grateful for their commitment to keep the tradition of our agricultural heritage in our communities. And we should view HB 1657 as the kind of partnership that brings resiliency to our schools, our communities, and to local agriculture. The kind of resiliency we should want to support. Although the annual cap of $1,200 per school is not a huge amount of money, It is the act of generating the partnership and expanding local connections that strengthens our communities. I'm very much in favor of this legislation, adopting a farm-to-school program in the state of New Hampshire, and I ask that you consider sending the bill to the full House with a committee vote of ought to pass. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions, although I'm not sure I'm the right person to answer some of the detailed questions you may have.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, we do have some people that have those details behind you. Are there any questions for the representative? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Have a good day. I'd like to invite Carl Johnson from Monroe, just up the valley from Haverhill.
Good morning.
The center of the earth.
I'm Carl Johnson. I'm the board president of the Northeast Organic Farmers Association of New Hampshire. NOFA New Hampshire is a nonprofit organization devoted to supporting and promoting organic farming in the state. And thank you for allowing me to speak today. New Hampshire farms, both organic and conventional, are struggling to stay in business when we most need them. At a time when climate change and economic uncertainty suggest that we should be increasing local foods production, New Hampshire farmers are fighting for their lives against large-scale U.S. farms and even farms halfway around the world. They need our help to stay afloat. At the same time, New Hampshire schools are struggling to afford fresh and nutritious meals for our children. Recent shortages have impacted school districts' ability to purchase fresh produce items. I can tell you, my great-grandchildren often come home from school with uneaten school-supplied, nutritionally lacking snacks in their backpacks. They just don't want to eat them. And to be honest, I'm not sure I want them to eat them. Farm to School presents an opportunity for us to help solve both problems. Selling to schools is a major market for local farmers. It provides them the potential for significant new revenue. Farm to School lets farmers tap into a stable revenue stream that is most active during a typically lean time for farmers. Financial stability is essential for keeping New Hampshire farmers farming and keeping their land safe from development. Farm to School also strengthens the local economy. By supporting local farmers, schools help keep dollars in the community, and purchasing New Hampshire products contributes to our tax base, which in turn funds our public schools. Finally, the Farm to School program helps students learn why local food is good for health, the environment, and the economy. I urge you to support this valuable legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions? Not seeing hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next on the docket. Maria Perez. Oh, representative. Oh, District 23?
Yes.
Okay.
Good
Welcome.
morning. Good morning, Mr. Sheridan. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to speak up in support of HB 1657. As someone who grew up in a farm environment, I learned in an early age how to grow vegetables, how to be grateful to have the opportunity to see how hard it is to grow those vegetables, and then appreciate all the hard work that comes to when you enjoy the vegetables and you enjoy food from the farms. I'm here to support this bill because in my district, I represent District 23 in Milford. We have a lot of farms, and we already have some programs that some restaurants already using from the farm to the table, and it's helping local farms with providing vegetables and nutritional things for our community. So I believe this bill would help not just to provide that, and the economy incentive for local farms to continue doing what they're doing, but the schools to bring better nutrition products to the school system, and that can help with the kids to have a better nutrition food in the table. So I'm here just to support the bill because I believe this is something that we need. And then when it comes to education, I see the potential to be helping, especially now that we try to get kids to learn skills, not just going to university and college, but a trade. You know, we have a lot of trades that we can utilize if we pass some of these bills, especially HB 1657. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Representative. Any questions? Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Perez, for being here. And I want to personalize this a little bit. And this is a question I just thought of, and I hope everybody else will listen to this question. And I want to reference actually our newest representative, Representative Hall. And here's my question, and it relates to towns that live on borders. And Representative Hall actually comes from a farming family living right on the Connecticut River. And the reason I mention this is the Peasley farm was just basically across the river from Representative Hall's farm. And so our high school, Groveton High School, is on the border. There's a lot of communities on the border. Representative Ladd, the chairs. So my concern and my question suddenly is this bill is New Hampshire specific, and a community like Hollis or Milford is fairly right in the middle of the state, so to speak. It's not on the border. So my concern, and I don't know that you can answer this, but I want to put this out there, is if an existing or a school that currently has relationships with farms just across the river that provide great produce and great support, if this were to pass, would this preclude Groveton High School from buying potatoes from the Peasley farm just across the river in Vermont? So that's my question for you, and I'm sure others could hear it as well.
Yeah, to be honest, this bill, to me, is not, we're not trying to hurt farms that are already doing that with the school systems. What I see from this bill is growing more opportunities, especially helping the economy. We see it during the pandemic. A lot of the farms, you know, the past 2 years, that a lot of the farms, they help local schools by providing some of the vegetables, apples, and things that they had. And I think we're not trying, from what I'm seeing, and I can be wrong, but from what I'm seeing is we're not trying to take that away from the farms already they're doing, but we wanted to see growing. We want to see more farms. We want to see more products coming to our school systems, and then be more flexible and more available for the schools to get them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative
You're
Perez.
welcome.
Are there further questions? Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Oh, you had a question?
Can I just add one thing before I?
Yes, you may.
So one of the things that I said, you know, at the beginning, I grew up in a farm environment. One of the things that, even though that I moved here 35 years ago from El Salvador, I go to local farms just to continue learning the habit of how hard the people in the farm industry work to put the vegetables on our table, and just to continue that gratefulness of the people that they're working in the farm system. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is Chris Farrow here? Welcome, Chris. Thank you. And a reminder to anybody that's testifying, if you have written testimony, it will certainly help the clerk here, not having to take a lot of longhand, shorthand, whatever, and write. If we just could attach what you have, that makes it much easier for Representative Moffett. Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you. My name is Chris Farrow. I'm the Vice President of Business Development for Fresh Picks Cafe. Fresh Picks Cafe is the largest operator of school nutrition programs in New Hampshire. providing service to more than 37,000 students in 41 New Hampshire school districts. As part of Cafe Services, based in Manchester, New Hampshire, we are one of the 30 largest food service management companies in the country. I'm here to express Fresh Picks Cafe's support for House Bill 1657. Many states throughout the country have recently adopted or are in the process of adopting farm-to-school reimbursement programs. House Bill 1657 stands out among these for its clear, common-sense approach to the program. With its clear-cut requirements for qualifying, documenting, and reimbursing for local foods, the New Hampshire Farm-to-School Reimbursement Program avoids the pitfalls of convoluted guidelines and complex reporting structures that can be found in some other states' programs. The simplicity of this program ensures its success in achieving the goals of supporting and promoting local agriculture and exposing students to local foods. Over the past 20 years, Fresh Picks Cafe has executed numerous local food promotions and menus, facilitated Meet Your Farmer lunch and dinner events, and purchased directly from farms, farm cooperatives, and local food aggregators. We have engaged in these activities because we understand that in introducing students to local foods, farms, and food producers is an important part of their educational experience and helps connect them to their communities. These activities meet students where they are, acknowledging their generation's interest in sustainability and environmental awareness. House Bill 1657 will incentivize and enable New Hampshire school districts to further expand on these types of activities. It will support and promote local food growers and producers, and by increasing demand, this program will incentivize food distributors to offer more local products, improving access for all institutional retail food service operations. Most importantly, it will enrich and enhance the school dining experience of New Hampshire students and increase their appreciation of all that New Hampshire has to offer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for coming today. Stacy Purslow, Purslow, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you. So my name is Stacy Purslow. I coordinate the New Hampshire Farm to School program and work out of UNH's Sustainability Institute. I'm not here to take a position on the bill, but to provide some information about farm to school and farm to school in New Hampshire. Farm to School enriches the connection communities have with fresh, healthy food and local food producers by changing food purchasing and education practices at schools and early care and education sites. Farm to School works in 3 areas: procurement. Local foods are purchased, promoted, and served in the cafeteria as a snack or in a classroom taste test. Education. Students participate in education activities related to agriculture, food, health, and nutrition. School gardens. Students engage in hands-on experiential learning through gardening. Farm to School programs exist in every state and are connected through the National Farm to School Network. The USDA also has a Farm to School program in their Office of Community Food Systems. It is also home to the Farm to School Grant Program, which over the years, since its inception, has brought $500,000 to support various farm to school programs around the state. New Hampshire Farm to School works closely with the Northeast Regional Office of the USDA and their Farm to School staff person. New Hampshire Farm to School also participates in the Northeast Farm to School Collaborative, where we share and learn together and collaborate on projects across the region. Here in New Hampshire, we also have a New Hampshire School and Youth Garden Network, made up of partner organizations like UNH Cooperative Extension, NOFA New Hampshire, Strawberry Bank in Portsmouth, Cornucopia Project in the Conval School District, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, New Hampshire Ag in the Classroom, and others. The Farm to School Network and the School Garden Network currently collaborated on developing a professional development webinar series for educators that begins next week that will cover such topics as local food procurement, composting in schools, hydroponics, garden and classroom connections, and more. Every few years, the USDA collects farm to school census data from schools across the country. The last census was done in 2019. In New Hampshire, 41 school food authorities responded, representing 172 schools and almost 67,000 students. 26 SFAs said they were serving local food in schools, And the local food was being served in the National School Lunch Program, the School Breakfast Program, and the Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program, as well as summer programs. 19 SFAs have edible school gardens, but I know there are more because I've done some of my own survey work. And there are more than 100 edible school gardens across the state. The top local foods schools are purchasing are apples, lettuce, tomatoes, squash, cucumbers, carrots, and potatoes. Data collected by New Hampshire Farm to School says half the schools are buying directly from a farm, and the other half are purchasing local foods through a food hub or a distributor. In total, schools are spending less than $900,000 on local food purchases. So that was a quick overview of Farm to School, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Representative Ladd. Good morning. Just I want to sort of heard your statistic correctly. You said 172 schools were surveyed, but only 26 in the state are participating. Is that correct?
So this is based on a USDA survey. So only 41 school food authorities responded to the survey. So that's certainly not all of the school districts. So of the 41 that responded, 26 said they were serving local food in schools.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Representative Ladd.
You're welcome. Further questions? Yes, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. You mentioned farm-to-school grants. Could you expand on that a little bit?
Sure. So the USDA started a farm-to-school grant program in 2013. And so lots of entities are eligible to apply: schools, farms, nonprofits, businesses, anybody that wants to support a farm-to-school program. And so since that grant program was established, we've had numerous grants come into the state, totaling about $500,000. And so the grants were just due on Monday, was the deadline for this year's Farm to School grant. So we've had 4 proposals go in, 3 from New Hampshire, and then 1 is a multi-state proposal.
Thank you very much. Are there any further? Yes, Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd, and thank you for taking my question. A couple of questions that I have is, if I'm hearing you correctly, the USDA already has some grant programs that are out there that are not necessarily being taken advantage of. Am I hearing you correctly?
Well, they have a Farm to School grant program, and the money is not to be used for the purchase of food. That's not what the program is for. It's for program activities to help support developing a plan of how you're going to purchase food, of developing curriculum, school garden programs. So it's the supportive activities. It's not for the purchase of food.
Mr. Chair.
Follow up.
May I follow up with 2
Yes,
questions?
go ahead.
Okay. The next one is, do you happen to know what the average grant is per school or nonprofit?
So they've just changed it. So there are 2 tiers of grant programs. There's a planning grant, which is up to $50,000 in 1 year. And then there's a implementation grant, which is a 2-year grant, and they've just changed it to be up to $500,000. It used to be at $100,000, and we've had several entities in the state receive $100,000. Nashua School District, Somersworth School District, Portsmouth School District. And then this year, they just changed that amount, so it's up to $500,000 for a 2-year implementation grant.
So,
go ahead.
My question is, and hopefully you're the right person to ask, but in listening to this, just my interpretation has been basically the schools maybe cannot afford this local fresh food, right? The farmers can't necessarily afford to sell the schools at the lower prices, and we're looking to bridge this gap. It looks to me as though the bill is saying $600,000, which is a lot of money in a state budget, but yet it looks to me as though when it's broken down per district, it would be $1,200. I'm wondering, does $1,200 even make a significant difference as far as the food is concerned?
So it's $1,200 per school, so
Mhm.
not school district, per
Okay.
school. So a large school district like Manchester that has like 18 schools, it's $1,200 per school.
Per school, okay.
And it can make a significant difference. I mean, school lunch funding is difficult to work with. To put a meal on a plate for a maximum of $1.30 is hard. And so, and a lot of schools, food service programs run in the red, meaning they're losing money. So this would help their programs. And of course, help our farming community.
Mr. Chairman, the last one, I promise.
That's
okay?
the last
That's
question.
the last
yes.
question. Okay. I just want to clarify, when you said the maximum of the $1.30, I thought the federal reimbursement was typically around $3 and then $4
It is, but
a
it
share.
also has to cover labor. A $3 reimbursement is not just for food, it's for labor and other requirements of a school food service program, like napkins or forks. So the national figure is that 45 cents for every dollar gets spent on food. But yeah, so a $3 reimbursement per meal has got to cover labor and food and all the other expenses related to school food service.
Thank you. Any further questions? And we have our last present. Pardon me? I don't see the commissioner. Jasper's not here, but you're talking about marketing in agriculture? And we also have Mackenzie Snow here from the department with the nutrition person. So that's DOE.
Yeah, this is probably a more appropriate. This is probably more an appropriate witness than for my question. If I could ask one question of this witness, please.
You just go ahead.
Thank you. So one of the things that we heard in the earlier testimony is that we have a lot of farms on the border. And this bill sets up two tiers. It sets up tier 1 for New Hampshire farms and tier 2 for the rest of New England. And I'm wondering if it makes sense to expand the definition of tier 1 to New Hampshire farms or anything within 25 miles of the New Hampshire border, to accommodate the fact that we've got all these border farms that really should be supplying the border schools. And I'm wondering if that works from your point of view. It works from my point of view. If this bill passes, we'll certainly consider that.
Thank you very much, because we do have school districts that go on both sides of the border.
Yes, I know, yeah.
And we have, a number of states where, in fact, in my community, if you're an abutting community to Haverhill, even if you're on the other side of the river, you get to bid on jobs at the same level that local bids are given out. So we consider that area as one region, one community. In fact, our school buses go by both sides of the river. So, okay, we have one. Thank you very much for your presentation today. We have Jessica Gorn from the New Hampshire Hunger Solutions. Welcome, Jessica.
Hi, welcome. Good morning, representatives. My name is Jessica Gorin. I'm the Deputy Director of New Hampshire Hunger Solutions. Our organization advocates to end food insecurity, improve access to nutritious food, and address hunger's root cause issues for all New Hampshire residents. New Hampshire Hunger Solutions is committed to improving participation in school meals with a focus on school breakfast. I'm here today to speak in support of HB 1657, establishing a New Hampshire farm-to-school reimbursement program. New Hampshire Hunger Solutions has surveyed over 100 New Hampshire parents and over 200 students to find out their opinions on school meals. Students were most excited about meal options that contained fresh fruits and vegetables like smoothies, parfaits, and smoothie bowls. Parents said the things that they would like most to change would be healthier meal options, including fresh fruits and vegetables. The Farm to School program would provide students with nutritious, local, farm-fresh foods and would encourage school meal participation. Increased meal participation leads to healthier students who are able to learn. This leads to higher test scores, increased graduation rates, and improved short-term and long-term economic outcomes. In the short term, increased participation helps to increase revenues for food service departments, which often have their own funding and revenue streams separate from school districts. Purchases from local farms will also have a positive impact on local economies and support local farmers and food producers. In the long term, higher graduation rates lead to higher rates of higher graduation rates lead to higher rates of pay post-graduation. Farmers do better, students are healthier and do better, local economies improve. It's a win for New Hampshire.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This takes us through all our pink cards we have here. We do have, of course, from the department, Mackenzie Snow. If anybody on the committee has a question, we can take a couple minutes for that. She's available. Do you have a question? Mackenzie, do you have a moment you could come up to the table? Representative Cordelli, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here. And did you want to introduce who you have at the table with you?
Absolutely. Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to do so. For the record, I'm Mackenzie Snow. I'm a Division Director of Learner Support at the New Hampshire Department of Education, and I'm very excited to introduce our new administrator of the Office of Nutrition Programs and Services.
Mackenzie, can you get the mic a little closer to you?
I can. Can you hear me better now?
That's much better.
I'm sorry, thank you. So just again quickly, I'm Mackenzie Snow. I'm Division Director of Learner Support at the New Hampshire Department of Education, and I'm very excited to also introduce you to Kelly Rambo, who is our new administrator of the Office of Food and Nutrition Programs. She actually comes to us from Pelham School District, where she was a school district nutrition and wellness director.
Thank you. Are there any specific questions for the department at this time?
Yes.
Yes, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Had questions about the fiscal note and the funding. The bill specifies $600,000 for the 2023 year, and it specifies on page 2 that $40,000 of that is for information systems use and setup. But there's also an indication of staffing needs in the area of $180,000 for 2023 and beyond. Would that be in addition to the $600,000? So the real cost is more in the area of $780,000.
That's correct, Representative. So we anticipate a significant need to accommodate for new transactions in our food nutrition information technology system, which is funded at $40,000, but to ensure that we are able to provide appropriate technical assistance and training to the field, monitoring the field, to develop new processes and procedures for the submission of reimbursements, the verification of that, the provision of reimbursements, for verifying the place of origin. We do anticipate that 2 new full-time staff would be required.
Thank you. Yes, follow-up?
Yes.
Yes, I was wondering also if we've had some discussion about the tiers and, where the farm is located and who it's owned by and so forth. Do you see problems in the current bill with the department determining who qualifies for what kind of reimbursement?
So our understanding is that the place of origin is via self-attestation. That would be something that would be included in our monitoring. It is not something that the department has done or has experience doing and would require significant staff capacity to be able to take up that responsibility.
Thank you.
Further questions of the department? Yes, Representative Ford and then Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming for questions. The question I have is, with increasing numbers of students getting, shall we say, their only or their primary food at the school, through the school's lunch program, what do you see as this kind of thing? What kind of impact do you see having on addressing this problem, having on addressing that need, and which may continue, unfortunately?
So if I understand the question correctly, this is limited to those current participants in the National School Lunch Program. So it is not so much expanding access to school-provided lunches, but incenting and reimbursing for those locally sourced vendors.
But it might then thereby have an improvement of the quality that they're able to offer because they can access fresh vegetables and so forth as part of this program.
Potentially.
Thank you.
Representative Bowen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the questions. There was mentioned before about USDA grants. Is there any way the state can apply for those grants at the state level to do this program?
So we currently participate in the National School Lunch Program, and that's what was referenced earlier, that this new program proposed in the bill would be limited to those participants in a reimbursement or grant program in which we currently participate.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if I just may, I want to draw attention to one additional piece. Do you mind, Chairman?
Quickly.
Quickly. In addition to the new staff, I just want to draw attention to the feasibility of the implementation timeline. So it says summer of 2022. It would take, that implementation timeline is unfeasible in order for us to recruit, hire, and roll out a new program. So thank you for your consideration of that important piece of technical assistance.
Thank you. Not seeing any more people that have submitted cards. We're going to close this hearing. We're going to go right directly into the next hearing scheduled prior to lunch here. We're looking now at HB 1655 relative to natural immunity system health and wellness curriculum in schools. Okay.
I have no cards.
We need to have pink cards on this bill.
The sponsor. I did not. Do I need to as a sponsor?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The dog,
Yeah,
the
right,
dog.
yeah. Yep.
All right, that qualifies.
Yeah, it's very important. Right along with agriculture, right? That bill has a lot of questions. Yes, a lot of questions.
Is it 1 year? They don't know if it's permanent or not.
Yeah, and how does the department hire someone? One.
Go ahead, tell her. It's so funny. Nice to see you. Where it's allowed. And explain it like that, you know? Just be open.
Okay, we're ready to go ahead with this hearing now. Yep. Representative Foster, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here today to introduce House Bill 1655, a bill relative to the natural immunity system health and wellness curriculum in schools.
Could you, excuse me for a sec, could you put that mic right up the, so we can
Okay.
hear you? That-
Usually people can because I'm hard of hearing, so I speak loud usually, so. Okay.
Wait a minute. Excuse me, those in the back of the room, if you want to take your conversation in the hallway, you're more than welcome to do so, but we're trying to go ahead here. Thank you, go ahead.
Thank you. House Bill 1655 seeks to ensure that all New Hampshire students shall learn how to strengthen and maintain their body's immune systems through diet, nutrition, vitamins, dietary supplements, and physical activities as a means of increasing their body's natural protection and immunity against disease. It sensibly seeks to gather experts in the field of natural autoimmune system health and wellness and allow them to craft a statewide curriculum that can be included in our current health classes. It also seeks to establish a statewide advisor in the Department of Education to act as a centralized resource and champion for the new curriculum. While I am generally not a big fan of expanding government, in this case, I feel having someone to oversee, standardize, and promote this curriculum, at least initially, would be a prudent investment of tax dollars. The bill seeks to create curriculum which specifically identifies the critical role proper diet, nutrition, and exercise play in increasing autoimmune defenses and reducing many of the conditions related to comorbidity in a wide variety of pathogenic diseases. I realize that we have current health curriculum, but I seek a complementary curriculum that stresses to our children the benefits and importance of developing and maintaining a good immune system health in the coming post-pandemic age. By teaching our children this criteria, we can reduce their chances of contracting disease, reduce the severity of symptoms from disease if they do contract them, reduce their need for hospitalization or intensive care, as well as helping them avoid conditions that result in comorbidity. Including this in our school curriculum not only has the potential to strengthen and protect our individual students, but also to develop stronger communities and a stronger state. I ask you for support of this legislation, and will try my best to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Representative Likas?
I'm trying to understand, do you want this to be added to what's done in health now, or do you want this to be in addition to what's done in health now?
My initial intent was to have it added to what's to be done in health now.
Thank you.
Further question, Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. I know that there's some controversy in the scientific community concerning the real benefits of vitamins and dietary supplements, and I'm wondering if that will present a conflict scientifically, if it's included in our curriculum, if we're including in our curriculum items that are perhaps not scientifically as sound as we would like them to be.
Thank you for your question. In the research I've done, in what I've looked at, I haven't found anyone that's saying that a person that has poor immune system health or a person that has comorbidities is at the same level as someone who has good immune system health and no comorbidities as far as dealing with diseases go. So, with that in mind, if we know that there are things that we can do, in other words, we know that a good diet, good nutrition, and exercise help to strengthen the immune system. And we know that a person with a strong immune system has a better chance of dealing with diseases, all of them, not just one specific one. I can't see why that would be an issue or a problem.
Can I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. I guess that's not the area of the curriculum that I'm concerned with. I have also done research, and I know there are many dietary supplements. For example, I see them advertised all the time that if I took this pill once a day, I would suddenly lose 40 pounds. That a lot of those dietary supplements and vitamins are making claims that are not scientifically proven, and I'm worried about teaching our kids that something will help them when there is not scientific fact behind that to prove that it is accurate. We know vitamin C helps us. Do we really know if echinacea helps us? We don't know for sure.
Thank you. I have the same concerns, actually. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a nutritionalist. I was taught that a good diet, good nutrition, and exercise help make you healthier. And if you're healthy, you tend to be able to respond better to diseases. There are quite a few papers specifically on the increase of your symptoms when you do get sick if you have malnutrition or a lack of vitamins or diseases. All I'm looking for is to teach our children what a good diet is, what good nutrition is, and how that impacts them from an immunity standpoint. I think this is a huge opportunity. It's the one area that we can actually have an effect on any disease coming at us in the future. And so I'm really looking to try to promote that in our schools. If we can get our children to understand that and to reduce the number of comorbidities they develop as they grow older, this will provide us with a stronger community that can deal better with diseases as they come along. Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Bohm, then Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. You know, since you knew, I'll explain it. The state constitution says if we mandate something, we have to pay for it. The state pays for it. So don't you see this as a 28A issue for local school districts? That they have to pay for it without, and the New Hampshire Constitution says if we mandate it, we pay for it.
We're already teaching health in our schools. This would be an addition to a curriculum that already exists. The additional cost, there was a fiscal note attached. There would be additional cost to it, some additional cost to it. The costs that are there would need to be budgeted for certain. So I'm thinking that I don't see it as if it's done at the state level, the curriculum is developed at the state level, I don't see it as a issue that way. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Representative Ladd. Representative Foster, good afternoon. Almost good afternoon. Good late morning, I guess. A couple questions, if I may, two different areas. In the bill, you're talking about all public and private schools. What are you specifically talking about in terms of private schools?
What I'm trying to do is get a statewide curriculum on immune system health. And that the state would provide the material and curriculum for the private schools. I know that with private schools you can't you can't demand that they have that curriculum, but we could provide them with the information for it.
So, from a dollar standpoint, they were just they'd be accessing our specialists for their private profit schools.
We would be providing information for them.
Okay.
Yep.
From the second part, you commented more generically in the curricula. You commented that your intent was to provide a good diet and good nutrition for immunity for youngsters in the schools, a good foundational base for them to move on in their life. My understanding is that those types of issues are currently discussed in health and wellness programs in our curriculums in all our high schools. I'm not sure K to 8, but in all our high school curriculum that's already happening. Maybe not to the particular points of interest that you identify, but by trained teachers who are certified in health and phys ed and nutrition. So I guess the problem, I like what you're saying in terms of what needs to be done. I think a lot of that is already being done by the professionals who are teaching in the school every day. And my dollar concern is different than Representative across the hall over there. My dollar concern is we're talking about $250,000 a year for DOE to create a curriculum or hire a curriculum specialist in nutrition when we already have, all local schools have people doing that. I guess that's my point. I'm not sure it's a point or a question, but I just wonder why we want to invest $250,000 for DOE to do that, to hire the person, when the schools are already having that in the health and wellness curriculums.
Well, I agree that the schools already have that as a health and wellness curriculum, but I'm also seeing data and reports that indicate that there is undernutrition, malnutrition with children. So I'm wondering how effective it's being. And I think that we need to stress this from a immune system standpoint, considering what we've gone through in the last 2 years. So what I'm trying to do is to increase the promotion of good health and wellness within our school systems. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Representative Lai.
Thank you. Representative Tanner, you had your hand up, I believe.
Thank you. Just as a disclaimer, I'm a professional health and physical education teacher. And it is taught in the schools. It's taught, nutrition is taught, and also physical fitness is taught, and wellness is taught. And it's very difficult to approach what you're trying to approach, I think, and seeing immediate results. Have you considered, for example, working with the SNAP program, the food nutrition program, for giving to poverty, to areas of places where children can't get enough food? I know one school district in my area has a backpack program because they found that kids who have limited access to food at home weren't getting food on the weekends, adequate nutrition, and weren't getting adequate nutrition over vacations, and weren't getting adequate nutritions up until this last couple of years where schools have actually taken to providing lunches and breakfasts and food to all students. The nutrition wasn't there. So, you know, the curriculum is usually developed at the local level, and I think it would be, I was wondering if or how much time you had spent actually with the wellness department at the State Department of Education, the wellness coordinator, as well as maybe your local school district, to see what is in the curriculum and what kind of nutritional benefits they're offering right from the school that would address the problem that you seem to be trying to address here. I agree, immunity system is, you know, that's our first line of defense.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions? Yes, Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have a question to you, and I should know the answer. With the range of funding in here by fiscal year 213,000 to 363, a fiscal note would indicate that if we pass this legislation, that the funding part of this would go to finance.
Well, you've looked at a part that I've also looked at. First of all, the effective date is conflicts with the fiscal note in terms of effective date 60 days after passage. And then you're talking about these expenditure needs to make this program work. So something has to be changed here, and most likely the effective date. Curriculum doesn't happen that quickly. And I think you have a very excellent point, concern. Another committee, that's why this is an early bill. It would have to go to a second committee, and that fiscal note would certainly be looked at. And I'm sure the effective date of the bill would also be looked at. Yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Any further questions? Yes, Representative Lakes.
I'm not sure if you're the one to ask this or if the DOE is the one to ask this. I'm wondering if you know why they feel like they have to have a person there all these additional years once they've come up with a curriculum.
I'm probably the person to ask this, and this is the first bill I'm presenting in front of a committee. This was my seventh LSR of the year. It came to me from one of the people in my district, had an idea, and they wanted me to try to do something about it. So I sat down with them, I worked with them. I tried to talk, I worked with legislative services and tried to talk to them. There are issues with this bill that I know of. There is a misspelling in the bill that both I and legislative services missed. I got this bill late coming out of legislative services, did the best I could with, dealing with it. But I put the language in there, and there's probably some work that could be done on that for sure. It was late. I didn't have time to actually, I was rewriting two other bills, so I didn't have time to redo this one. And I certainly have no objection to amending it to make it a better bill.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Yep.
We have no further cards requesting testimony here on this bill, so we shall close this hearing and take a break for lunch. Obviously, he did not talk with DOE or, or agriculture or anybody.
I think there are definite problems with that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Specifically says curriculum is responsibility of the local.
Oh, DFA.
Should we be, the people who signed in?
No, we,
You know, I think it's because we have the
Well, that's what happened to the
Sure. We'll be Bob. Yeah, I know where it is. Maybe, except maybe.
Yeah, it's on.
Mine's on now, yeah. Okay. I'd like to go ahead and start on HB 1561. This is a bill relative to school nutrition standards. The bill was, do we have cards up here? Yeah, we need that. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to welcome Representative Shays to our Education Committee today. He is the prime sponsor of 1561. So that is the first card. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee for letting me speak this afternoon. Sorry, a little out of breath. I just ran up here from the cafeteria. I had to grab a water real quick during the lunch period. But so House Bill 1561, relative to school nutrition standards. So the purpose of this legislation is to have New Hampshire adopt better school nutrition standards than what we are currently operating under. The federal guidelines are woefully inadequate to meet nutritional needs of New Hampshire's children. New Hampshire should adopt some of these science-based standards cited in House Bill 1561. It will improve public and individual health, improve educational outcomes, and decrease long-term public costs to the state of New Hampshire. Investing in school meals and improving standards helps with a number of economic and social issues. According to a report conducted by the Rockefeller Foundation, every dollar invested in school meals generates about $2 in economic benefits. The same report explains, quote, shifting nutritional quality even further, away from foods like processed meat and those high in added sugars, and toward meal patterns higher in whole grains, legumes, and vegetables would further help to prevent diet-related diseases and also have environmental and climate benefits. This change nationally could yield more than 1.5 billion additional net value each year. The Nonpartisan Food Research and Action Center, FRAC for short, reports that, quote, based on national data, economists estimate that the receipt of a free or reduced price school lunch reduces obesity rates by at least 17%. This could even increase more by improving our standards in the state of New Hampshire. Healthier students with better nutritional habits will utilize less resources in our healthcare system today and later on in life. Reducing food insecurity at school also helps many working families manage their budgets and save for other pertinent investments like retirement or college. Better meals improves academic outcomes too. According to the Food Research Action Center, quote, children experiencing hunger are more likely to be hyperactive, absent, and tardy, in addition to having behavioral and attention problems more often than other children, their peers. And, quote, teens experiencing hunger are more likely to have been suspended from school and have difficulty getting along with other children, end quote. Children with hunger are also more likely to have repeated a grade, receive special education services, or receive mental health counseling than low-income children who do not experience hunger. So these are people of the same socioeconomic level, both from poor backgrounds, but children who have better meals and who are better well-fed tend to have higher educational outcomes and less problems within the classroom. Making students less hungry and fulfilling their nutritional needs will hopefully help those who fall through the cracks, which we sadly see in our school system, every year and every day. Sadly, our current meals and the poor nutrition promoted by them is adding to the cycle of poverty that we try to end in this state, whether it's through the New Hampshire Advantage or other things. New Hampshire has always done things better than the federal government, so I'm unsure why we would use the federal government's poor school nutritional standards. If we know that they're heavily influenced by a lot of national lobbying groups, if we know that they're not always science-based and that sometimes they're more guided by the interests of some businesses or of other special interest groups, then why would states, which can be the laboratories of democracy, not take it upon themselves and decide, that we can create better standards, that we're more close to our constituents and to our school districts, and that we can better understand their needs. Not only that, but we should take control of the needs of our students as we've done, in the last number of years, and create innovation and cost-effective solutions for granted staters. I think the investment that this legislation would make in helping the Department of Education implement these new standards will have long-term and short-term benefits for students. We're going to be able to keep more students in the classroom. We're going to make sure that kids have lower obesity rates. We're going to make sure that the healthcare system isn't as stressed later on, and that we'll have more healthy citizens in the state of New Hampshire and more students who are going to achieve at a higher level. And with that, I'll yield to any questions if the chairman permits.
Thank you very much, Representative. Representative Likas.
Yes, I agree with most of what you said, but your bill doesn't seem to follow what you actually said. You were talking about innovative solutions in New Hampshire and following new technology and science, and yet you're tying this to a certain extent to USDA guidelines and stuff, which is old science. I noticed, for instance, whole grains. Doctors have pretty much figured out that while, yes, whole grains have more vitamins, they also have more toxins, lectins, which cause inflammation and stuff, and a lot of people are on a diet completely off of whole grains because of all the inflammation it caused. And so it seems like you're tying this to old science instead of new science. And you were talking about, being flexible and being able to change, and yet you're kind of tying in with these specific standards. And the other things you talked about, vegetables, and I would add fruits to that, fruits and vegetables, that's not even in here, and that would be an awesome thing to get more of for students. So I'm wondering why you did this approach when your goals seem to be different than what this says.
Well, thank you for the question, Representative Lekis. I appreciate it. And some of the nutritional things that you cited, I'd love to see that. And I think, I assume some of the nutritionists who are here would be able to comment into a better breadth of knowledge, I should say depth of knowledge than myself. But based on some of the things that I've understood, speaking to the state's nutritionists and speaking to nutritionists from the American Heart Association, is the vegetable allowance currently required by the federal government is pretty lockstep in what's been accepted by nutritionists across the country, nutritionists from, for example, the University of Harvard University, who they're going to be sending in regarding some of the nutritional bills that I put in. They're going to be sending in some testimony to the committee. They just got back from their winter break, though, so they're a little bit delayed. But hopefully, in the next couple of weeks, they will, to kind of address some of those concerns that you established. But I think some of the things too is some of the science is older, but it's been well established, right? So I know you mentioned, for example, the whole grains. I'm pretty sure in the bill, it was around 1990 some of these studies were done, or, you know, the 90s. And some of these things have been well established, and they were even tried to be previously adopted by the federal government only for rollbacks to happen, right? And so we understand, I think, many nutritionists across, I shouldn't say we, but nutritionists across the country and across the state of New Hampshire understand what the nutritional needs of students are. The issue is we have a federal government right now that is that's not really meeting those expectations, at least in my opinion. And I think the state of New Hampshire would do a better job, you know, not only of looking over this stuff and trying to see, you know, which kind of standards are the best ones to adopt, but also understanding that we can adopt better standards than the federal government, similar to how the state of Massachusetts has done to our south, and it hasn't really increased costs, and it's created better better health outcomes and better educational outcomes for a number of students who depend on these meals in their classrooms. So I would be more than happy, though, to, you know, and I think it would be more than, if the committee would be more than willing to make amendments to the bill to nutritional standards that you might find to be more easily adaptable to our public school district, and to work with nutritionists to really find out what those exact numbers are if you have a problem with the current numbers. And I think that's more than a reasonable approach to take.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there further questions? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Chase, how you doing?
Good to see you, Representative.
Yes, similar. A couple questions. I'm looking at page 3. Listed as page 2, but it's actually page 3, I guess. On the waiver request, Brody, the waiver request, it's talking about no school shall be granted a waiver, and then it talks about except for these exceptions. And then when I went back to the final part of your bill under the FN section, the state's looking at almost $500,000 annually to process waivers and categorize them. It seems like it's talking none and then a few, and then they're talking about 6 staff people to do that. Have you had that dialogue on numbers with them?
Yep. I talked to the state's nutritionist about that. I would have to have them speak more to the fiscal note. I couldn't imagine, you know, because I believe, and you are correct, the 6 staff members. They claim that they would need 6 staff members to implement, to be able to go through these waiver process. And they said, especially because the number of waivers that would be needed if COVID-19 was still a major factor to supply chains when this bill would go into effect, which would be at the end of the budget cycle for the next biennium, right? So July 1st of 2023, which would also give school districts some time to implement these kinds of standards and to see them coming down the pipeline. They'd have to speak more as to why they feel they need 6. They explained that that's just what they would need based on anticipated volume. When we talked, they didn't really explain why they thought the volume would be enough for 6 people to go and, you know, do these standards. To make these to process these waiver applications. So that's something that it's an ongoing dialogue, but the dialogue did happen. That's a number that they're pretty set on, and I don't anticipate them changing that number anytime soon.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman? Thank you, sir. Also, Representative, I'm on the same page, I'm looking at line 24. It's talking about the curricular impact. You were creating a curriculum for K-12, or they would be the state, I guess, for K-12 instruction. Now, it's my understanding that a lot of the nutritional information, because it's a curriculum, that would be taught in a classroom is already ongoing. So I don't know if that's part of their staffing piece for curriculum, or?
It might be, but when we had that conversation, that wasn't something that we touched upon. But I can certainly, I can reach back out to the nutritionist, and I can get back to you on that.
Well, just the clarity, it's all I need on 3A. Are you anticipating that this program is going to have hat in hand with the food piece? They're going to create a new curriculum for all schools? And that's all, I'm looking at 3A, line 24 through 26.
Here, let me grab a copy.
How you use that? You're going to put in a new curriculum? I thought we were ahead to that.
What page is that again, Representative?
It's,
My
It
apologies.
says page 2, it's page 2 on the doc. The hard
Page
copy.
2.
It's line 24 through 26.
line 24 through 26. Yeah, I think that looks to be current law.
Okay, so they're not going to be creating that, so.
No, that's
not
already
part of the staffing
established.
cost.
Yeah.
Okay, it's already in place.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
My apologies also, Representative, for the confusion.
Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So there's a considerable price tag associated with those 6 staff members. And of note for me is the fact that those staff members would be looking to support 520 public and chartered public schools and also 137 non-public schools. So my question is, did you consider a way that non-public schools might be held accountable for participating in the costs of those staff members? I mean, I don't think I'm incorrect that the Department of Education has no jurisdiction over the non-public schools. So I'm not sure. I'm looking at the statement from the fiscal note, the backside of the fiscal note. Yep. Says, under this proposed legislation, ONPS would be required to now support up to 520 public schools to include chartered public schools, as well as 137 non-public schools. So if you, Representative, did not consider that factor, I would like to hear from the Department of Ed on where they see themselves in this process with non-public schools.
Yeah, and I'm unsure if someone from the Department of Education is here from the nutrition program, but I can certainly take down that question and follow up with you,
It's
Representative.
okay, I'm looking at them.
Okay.
They're here. Are there further questions? We will get to where you were, Representative Mullen, when we're. Or Representative Lakis.
Yes, and in a follow-up to Representative Woodcock, on the section on waivers, I'm wondering why you just had a waiver to COVID-19. There can be other supply chain issues, floods, hurricanes, whatever. Do schools not get a waiver for those supply chain issues, only for COVID?
In this legislation, way I've written it, it's the same kind of waiver process that would be done that I think we have established for some of the novelty of the COVID-19 issue that we have going on right now. I'm not sure if there's any other waivers from the Department of Education where they waive national food standards, or currently the state doesn't have any food standards for school meals, but I don't think we have any process for waiving the national standards. I'm not sure if the national government does, but I think that's a good question for the nutritionist from the Department of Education or the Department of Education's representative. But I'll certainly, if it isn't addressed, I'll write that question down and I'll follow up with you.
Thank you.
Are there further questions? Not, yes, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. In terms of meeting these Target 2, Target 3, Target 4 levels that are required in future years, is there anything in law that prevents a district from meeting these targets now or in earlier years than specified in the bill?
I don't think there's anything in law that inhibits a school district, but I'm not sure if we've done anything to enable a school district from doing so. This would certainly, it would require it, but I'm not sure if anything, and you can correct me, Mr. Vice Chairman, or someone from the Department of Education, correct me if I'm mistaken. But to my understanding, the school districts follow the federal guidelines and the rulemaking that comes from the federal government on school meals. I should also thank you for your question. My apologies. I should have started with that.
Are there further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for listening today. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
it.
We have a card now from Nancy Vaughn, American Heart Association.
Good afternoon, Chairman Ladd and members of the committee. For the record, I am Nancy Vaughn, Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association in New Hampshire. I handed out written testimony, so I'll try not to read verbatim from my written words, but I just want to start by saying that the American Heart Association greatly supports the passage of this bill. Our organization has been working on child nutrition policy efforts for a number of years, including working closely at the federal level on the Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act. And this really starts with that act, signed into law back in 2010, and then going into effect for the years 2012 and 2016 on some of the science-based nutrition standards for kids. And when this did go into effect for state-level school districts, it was a learning curve. It was a great deal of effort put into it, and I applaud school food service directors for doing as much as they have in putting into place these guidelines. And 99% of schools pre-pandemic actually were meeting the standards of the federal government. But what happened in the last several years is there have been some efforts to put pressure on the USDA to either roll back some of their standards or to delay the implementation. And I think what we're seeing now, or I know what we're seeing now, is just the fact that the USDA has not enforced some of the food standards that we are addressing today in the conversation around this bill. Mainly dealing with sodium levels, the whole grain levels that I know there's a question on, and also added sugars. So first of all, I just want to say on the sodium level, what we know is that children are consuming far too much sodium, as all of us are in the foods that we eat. A lot of that is because of processed foods. But they're still consuming too much sodium even in the school meal program, because those targets that were questioned and discussed a moment ago that were set to be put into place in a staggered method, which is being done with this bill as well, were pulled back on at the federal level. So we are looking at this again, as Representative DeShay said, of having a New Hampshire standard that starts with the federal food program standards, but expands upon them for these science-based changes that have not been made at the federal level. And obviously, I'm not going to get into all of the health reasons. It's in my testimony because you are the Education Committee, but it is for health reasons. We just need to really help children grow to be as healthy as they possibly can with the foods that we're serving, particularly in school. So we are looking at meeting the targets that if the federal government does suddenly say, we are now going to enforce the targets with all the school lunch programs, that we put into play a timeline, and then you'll notice the words "or" by the time that the USDA makes these changes. So we are not in any way saying that schools can't meet these standards now. It's just they meet the standards when the USDA says, okay, now this is when it goes into play. And corporations who are making the foods for schools to serve to students are then also forced to make those changes with their formulations. I am not aware too much on the science around toxicity of whole grains, but it may very well be with some individuals. And I believe school districts would make allowances for children's particular individual food sensitivities as well. But again, obviously, nutritionists will say more about that than I can. I'm not a nutritionist. So again, sodium is of particular concern to us. The whole grains is a concern to us. The added sugars, I don't believe there were really strong standards put into place around added sugars. And again, children and all of us are taking in far too many added sugars. And in the beverages that we're consuming, fortunately, at the school level, we have taken sugary drinks out of the school environment for the most part, which is very good, though it's still kind of there. But this is really in the foods that it would be served to children. looking at science-based standards, and I believe the dietary standards for Americans call for no more than 10% of calories to be from added sugars in the foods that children eat, and we'd like schools to be following that as well. I think that pretty much covers what I really wanted to focus on. And if there is any information that we can provide after this hearing, or even today, if it's something I know of, I can answer for you, I will. I'm happy to work with the committee on getting more information to you. So thank you very much for taking my testimony. I hope that you will consider this bill and ways that we can pass it to make sure we're serving children as close to science recommended nutrients as we can in schools.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions at this time? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
We don't have any. Are there any other folks here that have pink cards? And Representative Mullen, would you like to speak to anybody from the department?
I would.
So we have several people from the department back there. Come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, you're welcome. Welcome again.
Thank you. And again, Mackenzie Snow, Division Director of Learner Support.
Kelly Rambo, Administrator for Nutrition Programs and Services.
Representative Mullen, you want to lead?
I'm on. Okay, so thank you very much for coming and answering questions this afternoon. So there are references in and around the bill to the Department of Education, both from the state board and the role of DOE in developing curriculum, to the 6 new potential positions that would have to be created to manage the new program. So my questions are about whether or not you can let us know if you currently are doing anything with schools that are non-public, and whether or not you do things with schools that don't participate in the National School Lunch Program.
Thank you. And first, we do want to say that we appreciated Representative Deshaies' request for and his attention to the technical assistance previously provided by the department. So the reason why it would require significant additional staff capacity, and the department actually submitted to LBA an estimate of 3 to 6 additional staff, is because currently our Office of Nutrition Programs and Services implements federal regulations that follow federal funds. This would add state regulations to non-participants in the National School Lunch Program that are more stringent than the existing federal requirements. So this doesn't establish, in a sense, it establishes New Hampshire's unique requirements, but it actually, as previously testified to, identifies target levels in the areas of sodium, grains, and sugars that were set by the USDA, but were not executed, implemented, required by the USDA for their stated reasons of concerns around supply chain and decreasing participation in school-provided lunches because of student concern around taste. So hopefully that provides some clarity. In addition to now implementing both a federal regulatory schema and a new state set of requirements, we would need to, as stated, evaluate, provide, and then report upon waivers to these state requirements. We do currently implement COVID-19 related USDA waivers and report that to USDA, but those are all under the federal regulatory schema. And then just one additional point that we'd bring up is around the implementation timeline and ensuring that we draw attention to the 60 days after passage implementation timeline, which we would find not feasible to implement. And then specifically to your question around non-public schools, currently non-public schools, some non-public schools participate through their SAUs or LEAs, but there are no state nutrition requirements applied to non-participants, participants, or non-public schools.
Thank you. You have a follow-up? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So in your experience,
do you have a sense of how the non-public world would feel about these regulations being placed upon them?
We have not conferred with the non-public school community or individual non-public school leaders or teachers about the what it would take for them to uniquely implement these requirements, but they are observably significant new requirements.
Thank you.
I have a question for you, then Representative Bohm. This bill references that the department shall be responsible for preparing and distributing a curriculum associated with this bill. It also states that the state board shall develop rules according to 541A regarding the relative policies associated with this bill. So my question is, in looking at the development of curriculum when the department has been engaged, seeing that curriculum is primarily a responsibility of the local school district, how long does your process take in order to develop a curriculum? I'm not talking about standards, I'm talking about the curriculum. How long will it take you to develop a curriculum if you in fact work with school district personnel, put together a task force, come up with recommendations, and then get approval for that curriculum from the state board? And rules, the same thing. Is it realistic to believe that this is all going to be ready to go within a 1-year period of time?
So currently, we do not develop and disseminate curriculum in any area. It is a local decision what curriculum to adopt. The State Board of Education approves state standards, as you stated. So that would be a significant shift in the roles between state and local governments.
So in follow-up, the state board in this bill is responsible for developing a curriculum, i.e. the department. And that is a shift from where we've been in terms of other topics like history, government, mathematics, etc.
Correct. We do not create or endorse or disseminate curriculum.
Thank you. Representative Bohm, you were next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. To follow up on Representative Muller's question, which I didn't hear an answer to, is what about public schools that do not participate in the federal food program, which there are some?
Yep, so there, and that was constituted in the 466 non-public schools currently participating in an SLP and about 520 total schools. So those schools that are not current, total public schools, those schools not currently participating would be required to comply with new state requirements, regardless of their participation in the NSLP program, and regardless of their receipt of federal funds.
Follow up?
Yes.
Thank you. One of the reasons schools aren't participating because nobody was eating the food that was being required. So how is this going to make students want to eat the food?
I can't really speak to how it would affect individual student taste.
Do you have another question, Representative Bohm?
No.
You're good? Representative Cardelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again for being here. Going back to the section on rules, on the bottom of page 2 and top of page 3, it requires the department to come up with rules including a model physical activity policy that I would like to ask about, as well as a rule regarding technical assistance and compliance reporting requirements. Do you have any thoughts on the development of either of those rules? Because developing a rule related to policy seems unusual.
I'm not entirely sure what's encapsulated in the intent of what's meant to be covered by State Board of Education rulemakings, and perhaps Representative DeShays could better clarify the intent behind the topics to be covered.
So just to clarify perhaps what Representative Cordelli is going after, we get regulation from the federal government. When we establish statute, rule is made to support that statute, to align and parallel with the statute. I think he's trying to say, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but policy, we don't develop rules for policy. I think it's that clear. Is that where you were?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you
You
for
put the words in my
clarification.
mouth nicely.
Okay. Further questions? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon again. A couple of questions going back to a follow-up on Representative Mullins' initial thinking. When they're talking about the other schools, it's about 60, I guess, from the 460 to 520, that are not participating now. Does the department, a couple questions, does the department have any knowledge of why they aren't participating besides the one that was presented? And secondly, how would you monitor it? You're talking about expand monitoring of the 137 non-public schools. How would you do that?
So it would be a significant expansion of our current monitoring responsibilities, which again apply only to participants and are only for the existing federal requirements. So we both add a significant number of participants, about a 40% increase in the number of schools monitored or subject to LEA monitoring, or monitoring of school districts, just to be clear. But perhaps, Kelly, if you want to speak to reasons why some public schools and school districts choose not to participate in an SLP?
Thank you for the question. There are some schools that do not participate, that's their choice alone. And to Mackenzie's point before, it could be due to the fact that the regulations that have been made, the participation has declined due to the students' taste palettes, let's say, so to speak, for those particular schools.
Okay, thank you. One follow-up?
Yes.
Thank you, President Chair. The last one, the standards that you said that the department follows under the ONPS program and the USDA regulations, how do they compare significantly or not to the recommendations that Representative DeShays has brought under the new regulations?
So you'll note in the build text, it articulates target levels that are across the board, I think, one in excess of the current target level. So USDA set these target levels. There was a plan to move forward and implement these target levels that USDA did not execute, in part because of the current supply chain constraints that would be exacerbated by that. I think it's also important to note that the supply chain may or may not be responsive if our state requirements change because they're used to national requirements.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? I have one last one go ahead, Representative Hobson.
I'm sorry, I had a question more about the actual bill, not for the department, but for the bill sponsor. So I'm sorry to ask now, is it possible to find out after, or should I just?
What time we have here?
That's okay,
Yeah,
I can ask
we
them
may have the
offline.
time for that.
Okay.
I do have one for the department. In looking at this bill and being responsible for the food service programs at the department, have you seen any legislation similar to this in other states here in our country? And if so, have you identified any issues or any both positive and negative that have come out of this program that we should know about?
We do not have any best practices or lessons learned from other states that have considered such proposals. That's something that we could look into in our network of similarly situated state education agency nutrition programs.
Thank you. Are there further questions of the department? Okay, what we're going to do is, Representative Deshay, are you willing to come back to the chair and take another grueling question? Okay.
Is this hot?
Thank you, Chair Ladd, and thank you, Representative Deshays, for taking my question. I promise you it's not grueling. On page, well, I guess it would be the actual text of the bill, line 21, nutrition standards for all foods sold outside of school meals. I'm thinking of bake sales, carb nights, pizza parties. Are those now off the table?
I think that that's more related to fundraisers, if I remember correctly. So, for example, if like a school club wants to sell, let's say, well, this is an issue we actually ran into in my high school, so I can speak from experience being there. Just about 6 years ago. Is there's only a certain allotment of how much like pizza you can sell at like club events, or chocolate bars you can sell as a fundraiser, right? Unhealthy food that you can sell. So we used to have for our quiz bowl team, which actually held our state championship in the LOB every year. We would sell candy bars in other clubs because we took precedence and we'd sell candy bars twice a year. Other clubs wouldn't be able to sell candy bars because our club utilized the most the allotment of candy that could be sold by clubs during school hours. I'm not sure. I don't think it would affect the school district allowing clubs to sell, for example, like outside of school hours, to utilize facilities to have their own kind of private fundraisers or to get supplemental funding for a sports team. I think it's just specific for what's happening during the school hours. I could be mistaken, though. That almost might be a better question for the Department of Education. So.
Okay.
I understand your reluctance, that's fine.
Okay. Well, there's nothing else. Thank you. And I have a lot of notes to attend to probably this evening and over the next few days. So, but
You have one more hand
No,
over
this
here.
is-
Representative,
this is-
or is that for me?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Representative, I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. As I look at this bill, and because think about what the representative across the room just said, am I correct to assume that the only information that Representative Deshaies' bill is changing from current law is just the ones in italics and bold?
It's just, I didn't get the last part.
No, is that wrong?
No, I say I didn't hear what you said.
Okay, it's just the italics part and the bold italics. Is that the only part that Representative Deshaies' bill is actually changing? No, okay, so the
I
whole
don't
thing?
think so.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the whole piece, okay.
We're looking at a whole lot
All right.
that's new here.
Want to be sure. Thank you. I didn't know why that was highlighted, that's all.
We used to get bills where the highlighted was
Right.
the change.
Right.
Now it's, you got to read between the lines.
Thank you.
Every line.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, are there any other questions for the representative? Not seeing it. Thank you very much.
thank you for having me and thank you for
You're more than
entertaining me today.
So that does conclude all those that have wanted to speak here on this particular bill. So we will close HB 1561. And the next one starts at 2:15. Yeah, you can go out and get a soda. You remember?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and it's a pleasure to be with all of you esteemed committee colleagues this afternoon. I know it's been a long day, and we've got a couple of Luno bills to get through next, and so we'll try to make these as painless and as expeditious as possible. So again, thank you. It's great to join you. For the record, my name is Dave Luno, representing the people of Hopkinton and Concord. House Bill 1684 is a simple bill, and it's a straightforward bill, and it's a bill that has integrity and accountability and calls for honesty from our executive branch leaders who write budgets and spend taxpayer money. And it's a bill that will give lawmakers the chance to question these executives about how they spend or how they want to spend taxpayer money to make sure that it's being spent wisely and to make sure that we're not getting on a runaway train. The Education Freedom Account program has the potential to become a train wreck, and that's not good for anybody. Just in the first year of the program, it's a runaway train. Back in June, just a few months ago, the Department of Education recommended a budget for the Education Freedom Account program for the full year, FY21, of $129,000. But by November, the costs had already shot up to over $8 million. So how did this happen? The department used participation rates based on similar program in Arizona. The department had estimated that 75% of the students who participate would directly exit their public school for an EFA. Another 15% who would already be attending private schools when they take an EFA, and a final 10% would be from home schools. According to the department's budget information document, the savings advantage for New Hampshire taxpayers is when an EFA student comes directly from their public school, presumably saving the local property taxpayer from having to pay the per pupil cost to educate the student, and not costing the state any more than what it was already paying for that student in terms of adequacy dollars coming from the Education Trust Fund. And the cost for the private and homeschool students who take the EFA would not lead to any savings for local taxpayers and would in fact be new costs for the state, amounting to between $4,000 and $8,000 per student, also coming from the Education Trust Fund. And that's all presented in the department's comprehensive long-term financial projection. But unfortunately, that's not what happened. As we learned in November, only 17% of EFA students came from their public schools, not 75%. And a whopping 83% were already students in private and home schools. These students who had already made the choice to leave their public schools weren't costing the state a dime, but now we're all paying for it. So where could it go from here? There are approximately, and I'm rounding, approximately 170,000 New Hampshire students who attend public schools, grades K through 12. And there's another approximately 16,000 students who attend private schools and 3,000 who are homeschooled. And those numbers come from the DOE comprehensive model analysis as well. And of those students in private and home schools, maybe 75% are income eligible under the current EFA law. Given this, the Director of Legislative Budget Assistant Office projects state exposure to be closer to $75 million a year, a far cry from the $75 million a year, a far cry from the 129,000 projected. The LBA concludes with a statement, just to clarify, this is in no way an estimate of the actual state fiscal impact. It only illustrates the potential state exposure versus what DOE assumptions are for non-public school students. So this is where we can do better. House Bill 1684 would stop the runaway train. The department would be in the position to present and defend a budget that goes to the stated objectives of the program, for instance, to provide students from low-income backgrounds access to education opportunities outside of their public schools. And the department could be questioned by lawmakers to make sure taxpayer money is actually being used to open doors for students and families. I hope the committee will look favorably on truth in budgeting, budget integrity, and the obligation to spend taxpayer money wisely. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I'm happy to take any questions.
I have two questions, if that's okay. Actually, I have more, but the parents who are homeschooled, you're talking about the increased cost coming from the parents that the state is now having to spend more money for those homeschool parents. Aren't those homeschool parents paying taxes the same as everybody else? And aren't they right now actually saving the local public schools money by not being in the public schools? That's money that the public schools would have had to spend for those students, but they're homeschooled. So it seems to me that this is a benefit, and if you often talk about fairness, seems to me fair if a parent is paying all the taxes of everybody else, the least they can get is the amount that the state spends for education. They're not taking the amount the local school spends. So, I mean, I don't understand how you can, why you're coming down against the poor people who are asking for this money when the state is running $120 million surplus at the moment. Why are we taking money away from poor people? Poor students who weren't able to get the appropriate education in their schools and ended up homeschooling or private schooling.
So, not coming down on that at all. Just it's completely inconsistent with the program as presented by the Department of Education, where 75% of the students were going to be direct exits from their local public schools and provide immediate reduction in local taxpayer obligations. I'm not saying anything about whether or not homeschoolers should be getting these or private school kids should be getting these, but that's not what was presented by the commissioner. Oh, your mic, yeah.
As I understood the process when implementing the voucher system, that the faculty, the school system got to retain 20% of the money from the local thing. 80% went to but all of the state and federal money went to the school system from which that student, so they still got all of that money with no cuts, and they didn't have to instruct a student. So it doesn't sound as destructive as it sounds as you present it. And I don't mean that in a pejorative thing about what you said, it's just the numbers. It sounds to me like the impact is less. Put it that
Can
way.
I interject for just a second, please?
Yes.
The numbers you're just mentioning and alluding to come from HB 607.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a different bill. That's the local
Okay.
education freedom account versus
Okay.
the freedom account.
I would be happy to address what the incremental. We get some feedback. Oh yeah, you can.
It's on.
No, if you can turn it off now, we're getting feedback. Hello, somebody else. Hello. Yeah. No, I can keep moving. Back it off like that a little bit. Turn it on. Thanks, Oliver. Thanks, Oliver. Yeah, this works good, thanks. So there is a provision in HB2 stemming from the HB20 language that does provide for for school districts where an EFA student is a direct exit out of that school district, where there's a taper of the adequacy, loss in adequacy dollars from the state. And that tapers off, I forget, after 2 or 3 years, something like that. There also, I'm not an expert on the IDEA, the federal dollars, but if the student's gone from the public school districts, I don't believe that the school district continues to receive those federal IDEA.
Because that student is still registered with them for attendance and those issues.
Not in the HB2 EFA program. So I think
We're referencing 607
I
again.
think in 607 they are still in the ADM, but not in but those are good questions. But along those same lines, Representative Ford, I think what this illustrates is that thanks thank you very much, that the draw of the program isn't necessarily from public schools as it was presented, being 75% being a draw from public schools. It's 83%, at least from this initial year's experience, coming from non-public school students. And that's really where state impact costs become significant, because if it's from a public school, it's a push. The state either sends the adequacy payment to the public school or to the EFA. But when the student comes from a private school or a home school, that's a new obligation that the state is taking on out of the Education Trust Fund, which isn't like just sort of money growing on trees. The EFA is a budgeted amount, and it's budgeted based on the projections that come from the Department of Education for public schools and the projection that comes from the Department of Education for EFAs. And so when an EFA is under budgeted by nearly $8 million, as it was this time, that puts a strain on the Education Trust Fund that it really wasn't designed to handle.
Further questions from the presenter, from the committee? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did you want to test that?
1, 2, 2. Mic check, 1, 2.
Great. Hey, terrific. Thanks so much. Thanks, Glenn.
Sure, thank you. Since you mentioned the taper or phase-out provision within the language, your budget caps for 22 and 23, do those numbers include the phase-out as well for the local school districts?
Ooh, good question on that. I don't think they do, because I took those directly out of the department's budget spreadsheets, which I sent around. So for example, the 129,000 is the sum of the I've circled a package of numbers, and you can see public school to non-public option, non-public school, and then home education. It's the sum of those three numbers there. So it doesn't include the taper, but then again, the taper, rather than affecting 75% of the students, is only affecting 13% of the 17% of the students. So it would likely be a much more de minimis number, but something that certainly should be considered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. since these amounts affect 22 and 23, $129,000 for 22, what happens to the children who have received EFA funds already if we are capping the program at the $129,000?
Yeah, so again, I think that's an important consideration to make, because if the money's already left the education trust fund for the EFAs, it's not likely you're going to be able to claw that back, and I think certainly provision could be put in place where maybe that cap starts in FY23 or something like that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Luno, for taking my question, and thank you for flagging the numbers that you flagged, because it's a very legitimate situation that does need attention. But I want to follow up a little bit on Representative Cordelli's concern, which I share, I think you share, we all share, is to, would a measure that like this, or an amended measure like this, move forward, what happens to the students that are the current or prospective students that are looking at EFA opportunities? And there are the reasons that students from wherever they come from their families are opting for EFAs, or for safety reasons, or whatever is best for the student. So have you given any thought, as to follow up on the previous question, have you given any thought as to criteria for severing students from the EFA program who are in that? Because I think that if this moves forward, then there would have to be a process and criteria for severing students from the program. Is there been any consideration or a plan for that?
Not really. I think that's a great question, Representative Moffett, and I think that's something that I'd be delighted to work with this committee in terms of putting together. And again, when you take a look at the theme of this effort, it's to stop a train wreck. I think we would probably all agree if this went to perhaps to the extent of state exposure that the LBA had identified, that would be an unsustainable and untenable position. So I think it would be important to stop it before it gets that far. So it's obviously gotten pretty far out of hand, even in this first year, $129,000 to almost $8.1 million. So and not as a result of public school student exits, but as a result of private and home participation in the program. So I think there's probably a number of ways that could provide support for these students. Also keeping in mind that these students and their families, and I certainly am not trying to underestimate the struggle and commitment and effort that families put in to educating their children. But these weren't kids that were just pulled out of their public schools. These are students who had been in a non-public school situation prior to the offering of the EFA program.
Thank you.
I wonder your objection to having every single student in the state, if that's who decides to use this, because isn't the state supposed to provide the opportunity for an adequate education for every single student? And isn't $4,000 an awful small amount to have to pay to provide that if every single student decides this? If our train goes down the track far enough that every single student decides to use it, aren't we in effect saving money? If money is what you're worried about, and if educating students is what you're worried about, then that's a pretty cheap education.
Yeah, I'd say $4,000 does get you a pretty cheap education, and we'll talk about that some more, I think, in the next bill we're gonna hear this afternoon. But to be clear, the state does not have an obligation, a constitutional obligation, to provide an adequate education for every child in New Hampshire. It has a constitutional obligation to cherish public schools. Those are the exact words from the Constitution, and that's very different than what you're talking about.
Yes, I just wonder at the definition of public schools, because it seems to me that if the public is paying for the education, it is a public school, whether it is a building funded by a town or a homeschool funded by the state.
That sounded like debate to me.
That was a question I said. I wonder at your definition. So, what is your definition of public education?
Yeah, I think the definition of public schools is pretty well understood. It's pretty well defined in statute, and I think there's pretty clear definition between public school, public charter school. I think homeschooling is in the statute. I think private schools are also in statute. So I think there's a lot of definition on that, but I'm not an attorney, Representative Lekas, so I would certainly defer to an attorney from the department if Attorney Fenton is still with us this afternoon.
I do, thank you, Chairman Ladd.
I can't even see him.
That may be a good thing. Representative Little, yeah, we have that problem here.
Yeah.
It's dodging. I just want to make sure I'm accurate on this. The EFA, and if I get, Representative Ladd, if I get the wrong bill, please stop me. Using your numbers, the EFA that's currently in vogue, that has expended this money, was actually identified for a small number of youngsters. Hopefully, a small number of youngsters that were coming from public school. And looking at the data you have here and the things I've read myself, you're talking 83, 84% I'd heard. Those youngsters were not even in the public schools. So the deficit is caused, if I understand this correctly, by folks that were not ever enrolled at that time in the public school. So is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. So the second part is, on these two numbers you have here, the 129, which may be a legitimate number for the number that the commissioner had thought might participate. So basically just funding people who weren't here. But the $8 million you have identified as the actual cost as of writing this document, where does that deficit come from? Where's the repayment or the funding for that money come from?
Thank you for the question, Representative Woodcock. And that's sort of what I was talking about when I was addressing Representative Ford's question. That the Education Trust Fund, which is used to provide all of the state's adequacy payments to all of our school districts, and provides the funding of EFAs. That's a limited fund. It's something that's budgeted by the Finance Committee. Perhaps Representative Walz might be able to shed a little bit of process light on it, but the Education Trust Fund is not the state's general fund. It's budgeted based on what the DOE projects as being its public school adequacy payment needs for the biennium, plus any additional needs that are funded through the ETF, including the education freedom accounts. And so when a budget is off by almost by $8 million in this case, either an additional appropriation has to be made from the general fund to be put into the education trust fund, or something else gets squeezed. And one of the things that have been squeezed in the past is special education aid, which used to be called catastrophic aid in New Hampshire. I believe the title was changed just a few years ago. But when funds are not sufficient in the education trust fund to reimburse school districts for special education costs, that gets prorated. So there's an example of where it gets squeezed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, I'm wondering in those that came from private schools or home schools and those that came from town schools, I'm wondering, have you looked at how many of them had originally been, or a family member had originally been in the public schools and had left before that because they weren't getting an adequate education?
So thank you.
Do you
I have not, because that information has not been released by the department. I'm not even sure it was collected by the department, but I would be very interested in having a better understanding of exactly what those circumstances were or are, and thank you very much, and I hope you'd support the department providing that information to this committee. Great, thank you very much.
Did I do this right? Oh, I did. Good afternoon, representatives, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am speaking today in opposition of House Bill 1684. Education Freedom Accounts is access to the freedom for parents and guardians to choose the best learning environment for their child or children. It is the freedom of the parents and guardians to choose the best learning environment for their child or children. It is the freedom to have a small percentage of the tuition rate of a child, to have the option to attend private or charter schools, or even homeschooling. Without education freedom, we are expected that learning as a one-size-fits-all approach is the only major option. Did you know that House Bill 1684 would cut the opportunity for at or about 1,856 children down to 26 children in total? Where is the fairness and equality in that? 100% normally received in funding by the public education system. Of that, only 30% would go towards the families for the Education Freedom Account. 70% of the funding still remains in the public homeschool district of that child, which means they have additional funding for one less child. House Bill would cut that down. Again, 1,856 students currently being able to have the education freedom to attend the best learning environment for them would cut down to 26. Will any one of you be one of the ones to tell them that they cannot get their best educational advancements? I sure hope that I wouldn't be one of those. This program is not only an amazing opportunity for students throughout New Hampshire, but it's necessary for their educational best interests. Now, let me take a brief moment to explain a personal situation for myself and my children. I'm a parent of 2 Nashua School District children, one of which has a 504 and the other has an IEP. One of my children does exceptionally well in public education. The other child, however, struggles. They've struggled through the course of this pandemic. They've struggled with unenforcement of the 504 program, which has led me to a place where I feel that the best educational investment for my child is not the public school system for our youngest. It may or may not be a Montessori-based school, or a charter school, or even a private school at that matter, or even homeschooling. Here is the problem. I am a single parent. I make less than most of the people that are qualified to appropriately send their child to private or charter schools. Because a lot of people that are in those realms that Representative Luno had mentioned before, that were already in the private or charter section, they were able to afford that. Without education freedom accounts and the Children's Scholarship Fund, my children will not only not be able to attend those schools, it's not even an option for a family like mine. By limiting the budget on this particular bill, you are limiting not just the budgetary options. Like I said before, out of 100% of what the homeschool district receives in funding, only 30% of that goes towards the education freedom account for the family. Only 30%. That still leaves 70% of the total amount for that tuition cost to remain in the district, and they're teaching one less student. That seems like a very good benefit to me when you think about the public education system. Currently, the public education system is designed for a one-size-fits-all. Out of those 1,856 children in the program right now, do you really feel that only 26 of those families know what's best for their children? No, there are so many more. And by limiting the opportunity to participate in an education freedom account by putting a budget, and a small budget, is irrational and completely unconscionable when you think about what is the best interest of the children. I want to close with, I know that Representative Luno had stated earlier the words inconsistency and train wreck. Given the inconsistency in many districts throughout this past 2 years and what the public education system has unveiled to the parents within those educational systems, it is already an educational train wreck for students who do not fit into the public education one-size-fits-all. Please vote no on House Bill 1684. Thank you. Yes, if anybody has any questions.
Thank you for being here. When you mentioned the 70 and 30 and the child is not there to educate, are you referring to 70 being local funds versus 30% being state funds, or how are you arrived at that split?
So I actually worked very hard as a parent to advocate for education freedom accounts to begin with. And the funding that they receive from the state level and the local level, 100% of that goes into the education of the child, is my understanding. Now, with an education freedom account, if that same child enters into an education freedom account, 30% of that 100% is the only amount that goes with the child for the education freedom account itself. The other remaining 70% still stays within the budget that goes to the homeschool district, or the district home where the school is, where the child resides. Does that answer your question? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
I want to thank you all for having me and my children here today. We're here in opposition of this bill. We are participants in the EFA program, and we were homeschoolers prior to this, but my children were also in public school prior to that. We had to remove them. 2 of my children have Tourette's syndrome. My oldest daughter, who you'll hear from in a moment, was in a coma and has memory issues. Public school just didn't work for her, and the Tourette's really put a hindrance on my other children's education in the public school system. So we moved to homeschooling, And the EFA money has given us the opportunity to get them working computers, classes that we wouldn't have had access to. My husband and I are both disabled, and so our income is very limited. And so this money has been such a blessing to us to be able to give our children the kind of education that they deserve. And I heard a lot of talk about budgets and money and things like that to the public schools, but my children deserve just as much of a chance to have a quality education as children who are attending public schools. I'm sorry that I don't have numbers or impact reports to give to you, but I can tell you that personally, this bill would absolutely hurt my family. Firstly, I don't even understand how we can talk about limiting to a budget of $100-something thousand when all of these other students have already gotten their disbursements. I mean, does that mean that I'm going to have to pay the money back that we've already used towards their education from the EFA funds? Are they going to come after our tax money that we had already paid into this fund to repay it? I understand that we want to work with the public schools, and I appreciate that they're there for the children that need them. But this EFA fund is imperative to my children's education and continues to be imperative to all of the 1,800 plus children who have chosen to take part of the EFA program, because they are also searching for the right fit in their education choices, and that is what the EFAs have allowed for us. Absolutely. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I believe that this bill should not be passed because I believe that everyone should be able to get the education that they need and should be provided with the things that they need to get the best education they can. This bill will limit that, and limiting that will affect many people that cannot afford public or private schools. So I believe that this bill should not get passed because it will affect several people that cannot afford public school or cannot attend private school because of said disabilities or other problems that will prevent them from going to other schools. So passing this bill will take so much from people who cannot go to public or private schools or can't afford to. So passing this bill will take education away from so many children. And I don't think that anybody wants their kid to not have an education. I don't think anybody in this room would want that. So I believe that this bill should not get passed so that we can all be educated and be able to have an education so that we can, live. So the money that we use for taxes is going to public schools and private schools, which you also have to pay for just to get into. So I don't understand why we should limit what we get, and it's not going to affect the public or the private schools like intake, because they're not limiting the money that the public and the private schools are taking in. Why should they limit what we take in? You want to speak?
I need money so I can get a new working computer for school. Please don't take my money away.
Hang on a sec. Please say no to Bill 1684.
I'm Shalimar Encarnacion. I am the Program and Outreach Coordinator for the Children's Scholarship Fund.
Matt Southerton, Director of Policy and Compliance for Children's Scholarship Fund. I don't know if you just want me to jump into this. I have a few issues to clear up that might help the committee. So I think that the data that you were examining from earlier is a bit outdated. The data that we have now shows approximately half of the students that are participating in the EFA program are former public school students. So that, I think that the number used earlier was 17%. We have a little under 50%. You might check with the Department of Education to see if they can confirm that. I think that we might want to examine the context when you speak about money. You know, you're debating $8 million and an education trust fund that's actually $3 billion. Another issue that when I examined this bill at first that sort of came to my mind was that this bill appears to be retroactive. So we're wondering if this bill were to pass, would this bill be defunding 1,800 students, low-income families that currently receive the EFA? So how would we go about collecting that money back from students that receive that funding? Because approximately 70% of those funds have already been awarded. It looks like in fiscal year 22, you would limit the funding to $3,300,000. So that would defund approximately 1,152 students. So again, how would we go about telling those students that they would no longer be eligible for those funds? In fiscal year 22, it would defund 1,816 students again. I don't know how we would go about collecting those funds. Oh, another point that I'm not sure that the committee knows is that in order to be eligible for the EFA, you have to be eligible to go to public school in New Hampshire. So people were talking about, you know, your possible exposure to, you know, costs in the future. Well, you already have this exposure because the students that are eligible for the EFA are eligible to go to public school students, right? So I've worked with charter schools for 20 years, and we see students going to the charter school, going back to the traditional public school, and back and forth. So populations are somewhat transient. You know, we see them moving back and forth. So I think that the data that you have is very, very preliminary data. It's very, very early for a program that, you know, is really revolutionary. And I don't think that perhaps we knew that the need was going to be so great and that this program would be able to launch so quickly. And I am very thankful that it did because I know that last year I was receiving dozens and dozens of calls from parents in my office really imploring for you know, spaces for their students in charter schools. And I have family that teaches in traditional public schools, so I'm a strong supporter as well. So anyway, I just wanted to clear up those issues, and I'll turn it over to Shelmar.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. Before I proceed with some of the information that I have here, I do want to let you know I speak directly with the parents that have been enrolled in the program. I am, I guess, what you would call the boots on the ground. I am face-to-face talking on the phone, meeting with these parents and the students, and so I see firsthand the need for this program to exist. We have so many families that have received well past the amount that this cap proposes, and these families have already used their EFA funds. And like Matt was saying, if we have to go ahead and retroactively pay this back, how would these families that are 300% below the poverty level expected to pay this back? That's kind of cruel to do that. Families that need this program, different types of kids that are behind grade level and struggling in their public schools. But they thrive in the smaller classroom at other schools, whether it's a micro school, a home school, a private school. There are kids that, and we all have to admit this, come on, everybody, let's admit it, In every school, especially in the public school systems, there are kids that are falling through the cracks. And we're catching those kids, and we're helping these kids. Because it's not fair that these children have to suffer and go throughout their lives feeling inadequate and feeling like they can't, they're stupid, they can't make it, they can't do it because they're not getting the education that meets the needs that they have, not the ones that is as a whole, as a student, that's saying, okay, every student is this way. The kids whose learning styles that make remote learning extremely difficult. We know with the pandemic, with everything that's been going on, I think one of the biggest reasons why we got more parents and more families than what we expected is a lot of these kids just weren't doing well with the remote learning. I'm going to tell you a little secret. I tried to do the online courses with college, and I am horrible at it. Call me traditional or whatever, but I need to be seated in a classroom. And I do better when I have the teacher that can answer my questions. So I can only imagine what it's like for these kids who just, even though they're tech savvy, it's like they're born nowadays knowing how to use a phone. But still, it's still difficult for them. And expecting them to continue doing so if they're not thriving is not fair to the child either. We also deal with kids that we have kids that are experiencing racism and bullying in their current schools. At CSF, we've seen many cases over the years about kids who have been bullied and discriminated against because of their skin color. And we as an organization have been so fortunate to be able to bless these children and these families with the funds to be able to go to a school where they have blossomed. However, today, I have a story for you that happened recently and that has shaken us to the core at CSF. The EFA program must be allowed to continue. Caden is a 12-year-old child in 7th grade. Up until recently, he was in a Nashville public school. He was assaulted by 2 other students, while a 3rd student took a video and uploaded it to TikTok, which incidentally showed a teacher standing by, not intervening. Caden was dragged to the ground, and then his head was repeatedly stomped on by these other students, and still no one intervened. School authorities told the parents, well, the teachers are not allowed to intervene and are instructed to wait for the school resource officer to come and arrive and break up the assault. How is this a thing? Had it not been for the existence of the EFA program, Caden's grandfather would have had leave Caden at the mercy of these bullies and a system that is unwilling to protect him. So this program helps thousands of students, and some are like Caden, who need emergency access to resources of the EFA program. I ask that you guys reconsider this bill and think about, yes, we have a bottom line. There is money. Money's always going to, what is it they say, money makes the world go round. But we also have kids, and we need to think of their future, not just in terms of public school, but in terms of education as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. At this time, we'll just open up. Yes, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony, and also certainly for that story. You received quite a few applications. Did you receive applications that you were not able to process because of eligibility, such as the income restrictions?
Yes,
Do you have an idea on numbers?
he's a numbers guy.
We did receive a number of applications that we were unable to process. They did not meet those guidelines. I believe it was under 100.
Thank you, Chairman Lett. Sir, I'd like to go back to your comment about the change in the number of 50% compared to what we initially received on the information from the Department of Education. And my question is, you indicated they had been previously enrolled in public school. I think that's what you said.
That was the number that I was given, correct?
Okay.
I was wondering if you would speak to
So
the
that
Department of
number,
Education to see if they can confirm it.
that number came from where?
Hello?
I'm gonna have a hard time hearing you as well.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jen, did they explain to you what was wrong? Is it a loose connection up there? Yeah, he did something in the back there on that one. No?
You could just move over that mic.
All right, so when a student, no worries. So when a student applies for the EFA, they have to fill out a number of financial forms, et cetera. One of those is, have they attended are they currently a homeschooler, public school student, and that all goes into the I4C system. The Department of Education has all that data. So that's how we, we know where they're coming from, and then we can load that up to the Department of Education.
Yes, you may.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't have that with me right now, but I can certainly get that information for you. Right. Yeah. Right, right, absolutely. So I guess, and the department could give you exact numbers, and so could we. I just don't have them with you today.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, for sure, absolutely. And it is important to remember that the students are coming and going all the time, right? So this is just a snapshot of the data? Okay. All right. Yeah, absolutely. We'll have K through 12 if that's... Absolutely.
Further questions? Not seeing anything from the committee. Thank you very much. And we have Brian Hawkins, NEA New Hampshire. Brian, why don't you go over and just bring a chair up and sit right, speak into the, you can take one of those chairs right in front to Jen's left. Yeah.
It was working, it was just staticky, right? Is that...
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Brian Hawkins, representing NEA New Hampshire today. I think we're here, we think the idea of HB 1684 to budget for this program, which is a separate program, is a good idea. During the budget process last year, the Senate inserted the contents of Senate Bill 130 into the trailer bill of the budget. We think that this shortchanged the thorough fiscal analysis that we assume the House would have done had they advanced House Bill 20 last year, which was a similar piece of legislation, as you know, and had it gone through the normal legislative process. As you know, the House never did its own impact analysis of HB 20 or Senate Bill 130 because they were never fully voted on by the full House as a standalone. And so they were never sent to House Finance. Unfortunately, the lack of dedicated time in a Finance Committee left the Department of Education's estimates on participation rate and costs without the added scrutiny of the Legislative Budget Assistance Office, as had been done a few years ago with Senate Bill 193, which the legislature ultimately rejected. There were amendments to that bill that explored different types of caps to that piece of legislation. Today, this is a much more expansive law than than that bill was. And we have a snapshot now of the estimates versus the reality. And, we're seeing now that there's basically a 6,200% over or underestimate of the first year of the program. I won't go through all the same statistics. I think Representative Luno represented those before, but next year's estimate is 3.3 million. I think why that is particularly important is because these are the numbers that are carried on the balance sheet for the state. This is what the state assumes when it assumes the surplus statement, when it assumes that it has passed a balanced budget. So I think it's important process-wise that the legislature take a look at budgeting this program going forward. So that is a concept we're very supportive of. In other states where they have a program like this, it has started, those numbers have expanded quite a bit, but those expansions have largely come because the legislature in those states has expanded the eligibility. In New Hampshire, we started out with a very expansive eligibility criteria. As was stated earlier, you just have to be a student who is eligible to be a K-12 student in New Hampshire. So that's a very expansive group of students. So starting out like that, and especially if the legislature is considering expanding the eligibility, as was, I think, mentioned or alluded to earlier, having those budgeted amounts so you know what it is the state is looking at going forward is important. So I'll close my testimony there, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hawkins. Are there any questions for the presenter? Not seeing any questions? Oh, yes, one. Representative Likas?
Well, I think there are a number of programs in the state that require an appropriation, and I think the question needs to be looked at, and I think this is why it's important to go through the full budgeting process with this. Is where did those estimates err on determining what is an appropriate amount? Fortunately, the legislature has different tools at its disposal. If there's a program needed, if there's more funding needed for a particular program, there are options that the executive department has to go before the fiscal committee or some other type of committee to make an argument why there needs to be further funding. So I think it goes to and sometimes those are approved, sometimes those are not approved, but it forces, I think, the executive branch to hold to its amounts and justify, if need be, why those need to be exceeded. So, thank you for the question. Thank you.
This is the audio cord here, obviously.
mind joining you, Dave? We can just move the mic. We'll just move the mic. Put that, yeah, put.
Let's just try this one.
Very good.
I don't, we didn't unplug anything.
Well, I unplugged this.
Oh, I see. You.
Oh, Dave, someone's helping us. Technically.
So this is the bad one, right? Okay. A 1-2-2. That crackling you're talking about, right? Still doing.
And then these are.
A 1-2-2. One, two. Microphone check 1-2-2. A 1-2-2.
Okay, folks, if we have these mics fixed, I'd like to get this hearing going. Okay. Okay, we're ready to go ahead now, and this is the last bill for the day, HB 1680 FN, establishing a foundation opportunity budget program for funding public education. And I welcome Representative Luno, maker of the bill, and sitting beside him, we have Bill Ardinger. Welcome, both of you again.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I know it's been a long day of a lot of bills, and I wanted to express our thanks, particularly for the chair, for setting us up with a 22-page bill at 3:30 in the afternoon. So but with that, I think there's an opportunity for us to work with this committee and provide an introduction to this proposed legislation. And before Bill and I sort of get into it, I wanted to sort of throw it back to the chair to talk a little bit about the road ahead, which you started talking about this morning.
I'd be glad to right now, so we can quickly explain to the public where we're going here. This is the second bill we have heard that we are going to be setting up a subcommittee, a work session. I've announced earlier today the members which will be on the subcommittee for this particular bill, and that subcommittee will meet its first time on January the 24th, and I believe that one is in the
10 a.m.
10 a.m., and then we had the other committee meeting, which is dealing with tuition or excuse me, degrees offered at the community college level. That will be at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on the 24th. So we have a 2-hour session set there. I'm sure due to the amount of information and data points we're going to have to look at in terms of this bill, along with policy, it's going to take more than one meeting of a subcommittee work session. What we will do then is invite those with technical support and those who want to listen and observe. You're welcome to come to the subcommittee meeting. Then it will be brought back from the subcommittee for recommendation at an executive meeting to when we do dispense with 1680. So that, in a nutshell, is where we're going. I think it's the best way to address something that's so comprehensive and it's got so much long-lasting need in this state. And so I look forward. I myself have not had an opportunity to get down the nuts and bolts of this. I hope that we can get the 30,000 view right now, and then later on during the subcommittee get down into the weeds.
That's excellent, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for that. I think that's a great way to do this, and that's Bill and my intention this afternoon to introduce this, talk about it at the 30,000-foot level. We did pass out a couple handouts after I begin the introduction. Bill's going to walk us through this document right here, which cruises us through the 30,000-foot view of the bill. We also handed out a section-by-section summary of the bill. We do not have intention to go through this today, but I think this would probably be one of the first things we tee up once we get into the work sessions. But we thought we'd hand it out today for everybody's companion reading along with.
And just
1680.
one other point I'd like to mention to our public, which listening, streaming, and for those that are present here today, we have in front of us Representative Luno and we have Bill Ardinger. Both served on the funding commission study we had in the last year or so. And Bill was appointed to the commission by Governor Sununu. And I welcome you both and take us on this trip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So just for the record, Dave Luno here, state representative, serve on the Education Committee and representing the people of Hopkinton and Concord. And to my right is Bill Ardinger. Bill?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and committee members. It's great to see you. Happy New Year. My name for the record is Bill Ardinger. I'm going to go a little bit further than Dave.
Well, no, I've got more to do.
I know, but to be clear about why I'm here, I'm an attorney at Rath, Young and Pignatelli in Concord. My firm and I represent clients, including in front of the legislature. I'm a registered lobbyist. I am not here today on behalf of my firm, any client, or any lobbying activity. I am here in my own personal capacity as Bill Ardinger, a resident of Concord. I'm very pleased to be here. I went to public school in Claremont, New Hampshire, when my family moved to New Hampshire. I'm not a native, at Stevens High School. And then I went to University of New Hampshire. I feel very passionately about public schools, and that is why I was very pleased to be appointed by Governor Sununu to the commission that I served on with Chairman Ladd, Dave Luno, Dick Ames, I see, and others. It was a wonderful experience, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be here with you and with Dave to introduce this bill for a review by the committee. Oh, I should say, when I was in college at 19 years old, I was elected as a member of this legislature from the town of Cornish, New Hampshire, where my family farm still is. I served one term and loved it, and I represented Cornish and Croydon. So it is wonderful to be in front and with you today.
So, thank you, former member Ardinger, for that introduction. Just want to take a few minutes to set the backdrop here and talk about some of the recent work and challenges that have faced this legislature when it comes to how New Hampshire funds its schools. But starting at the top, I think we all know, you've heard me say it countless times, but we've all read it too. New Hampshire students perform among the best in the country. You know, on average in New Hampshire, we're like top 4, top 5, top 6 as a state in terms of student performance. But unfortunately, the way we fund our schools is not fair for our students or for taxpayers, and as a result of that, while we're good on average as a state, it's just not happening everywhere. And one of the things that we looked at about a year and a half ago during the commission's work was 10 years of data collected by the Department of Education, and all sorts of data, but particularly student outcome data. And one of the real eye-opening, I think this was one of the real eye-opening findings, that data varies widely. And while our average student performance statewide is very strong, the average student performance in Manchester, and this isn't a shot against Manchester's teachers or their administrators or their representatives. It's a shot at how New Hampshire funds its schools. But the average student in Manchester performs at the 5th percentile. That means 95 out of every 100 students in New Hampshire performs better than the average student in Manchester. At the same time, you head out towards the seacoast, things change dramatically. The average student in Oyster River performs closer to the 90th percentile. 5th percentile and 90th percentile. And a lot of this is as a direct result of how we fund our schools. Local property tax rates vary widely too, from in some places less than $3 per thousand, and to over $20 per thousand. And you know, while some districts, for example, the one that I live in, Hopkinton, work super hard, spend close to $20 per thousand, and we just barely can afford a satisfactory school budget. We do have a fairly high-performing outcome. There's other districts that are working a lot harder than we are. A district that might be 15, 20 minutes up the road. working harder than $20 per thousand and still come up well short of what they need to provide an adequate education for their schools. It's not because they don't want to. They're working super hard to try to do that. They just can't get there with the property valuations that they have. So that sort of brings us to recent work in this area. I think a lot of people remember 5 years ago, I think it was about 5 years ago, there was an effort to phase out stabilization grants, and where it would be chipped away, reduced at a 4% a year over 25 years. And that backfired pretty quickly because these stabilization grants, which were put into the formula in I think 2011, really were there to shore up a formula that didn't meet the needs of many of our most vulnerable districts. And so I think Mayor Grenier probably wore out a couple sets of tires. You probably remember this, driving down to LOB 207, talking about what Berlin was facing and the challenges that they were facing with stabilization being chipped away. So that got rectified, and stabilization got put back in at 100%. 3 years ago, Chairman Ladd and I worked together on House Bill 709, and we introduced fiscal capacity disparity aid, which had been long ago into funding formula, and an enhanced aid to districts with higher concentrations of lower income families. All these provisions made their way into the FY20, FY21 budget on a one-time basis, and the state actually at the time had the largest single-year increase in contributions from the Education Trust Fund, $625 million. And then last year, House Bill 608, sponsored by Chairman Ladd, sought to also work within the current framework of school funding, and it ran into a lot of challenges. I mean, Rick, you and I talked about that bill quite a bit, and removing stabilization posed a lot of problems given the current funding framework that we see. And then there were additional bills, Senate Bill 135, 130, 158, and even House Bill 2 that put actually considerable state dollars into the Education Trust Fund, $685 million, and at a new record and for support for public schools in FY23. But the problem is the framework doesn't work, and what we found during commission work is that New Hampshire has very much a flat costing and a flat funding model that fails to take into consideration the characteristics and needs that our school districts across the state have. And we can take two districts that are very close together, Bedford and Manchester. It costs more to educate 1,000 kids in Manchester than it does 1,000 kids in Bedford. But New Hampshire's school funding formula doesn't recognize that. And it doesn't recognize that from a costing perspective or a funding perspective, because New Hampshire pushes both these two things together. You cost it on a flat basis, and then everybody gets the funding from the state against that cost, whether you're in Manchester or Bedford. What we're here to talk about today is a new way to look at school funding, and it's new for New Hampshire. It's not new nationally. Other states, notably Massachusetts, are on their way to a funding model similar to this, but it's called the Foundation Opportunity Program, and it does two things very, very well. It recognizes the cost differences that each district has, given the characteristics of the students and the district and the communities they serve. But it also applies the state's limited resources to where they're needed most. And that helps to right the ship. That helps to improve fairness for both students in terms of student outcomes and taxpayers in terms of tax affordability. So we're looking to again run through the Foundation Opportunity Program at a fairly high level. We're very excited that this committee has decided to bring this into work sessions beginning on the 24th, and I'd like to hand it over to my good friend Bill Ardinger to take us through what the Foundation Opportunity Program is all about. And we will be happy to take questions together when we're.
And again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity to introduce this bill and then consider it more carefully in a study committee. I will try to leave my remarks brief and not get too much into the weeds, provide that.
That'll be tough for you, won't it, Bill?
Yes, it's been hard for me all my life. So I'll start with a simple thing that the commission focused on. The commission looked at New Hampshire. Among the highest outcomes of public schools in the nation on average. Among the highest spending per pupil in the nation on average. However, when you take that lens with the help of an expert and look around the state, what you see is that there are opportunity gaps. I went to school in Claremont when we had very good businesses there. They closed. After my wife and I met my wife in high school, after we'd graduated and moved on, the quality available of public education in Claremont fell. What this study clearly identified with data on outcomes that wasn't available 20 years ago is that there's a gap between the opportunity for a quality traditional public education in Claremont and other communities compared to other places, like, say, Hanover and other communities. It is that opportunity gap that this complicated bill focuses on and takes the precious state budget dollars that are currently in the budget in the first year in the surplus statement and reapportions those dollars to try to give those school districts what they need to close the opportunity gap and help the students who are attending public schools there. Remember, our traditional common public schools, like the one my wife and I went to at Stevens and Claremont, educate over 95% of New Hampshire's children. That's the way we help children have access to good, happy lives. But we know now, based on the work of the commission and the expert analysis that we received by hiring a national expert, that opportunity gaps exist. We've all known this as people who care about New Hampshire in our hearts. We know there's a difference between the public education available in one place and that available in, say, Claremont. Our job, and we had a wonderful, who's a member of this committee who's not here, Mel Myler, Representative Mel Myler, who I had never worked with before I was on this commission, and I've come to have great faith in his heart. And what he said is, even though, and my wife and I, we moved back to New Hampshire, we lived in Concord, we raised our 3 children in Concord. My wife served as president of the Concord School Board for 10 years, and she worked on naming one of our K-5 schools, Krista McAuliffe School. I see that picture. We all care about public schools. Many of us have gone through them. What I find is that I can't sit there, even though Concord has a particular quality of good public schools, I can't sit there knowing there's an opportunity gap in Claremont. And Representative Myler said, New Hampshire's children are all of our children. We have to work on our school funding system to help aid get directed to try and minimize opportunity gaps so that all students have the opportunity in New Hampshire that they need to live a good life. I'll say that, and Dave knows this, and Representative Ladd, I've been around the state a long time. I have helped Stan Arnold, when he was Department of Revenue Commissioner, help Governor Shaheen with the ABC program in 1999 and 2000, right after the second Claremont 2 case came down. I've worked with Senator Fred King from Colebrook, one of the most wonderful legislators, who said, let's just use the state dollars that are precious and focus them on places that need it most. I worked with Senator Carl Johnson from the Middle Party, who said, Bill, can't we just take this money and focus it on the communities who need it most? I worked with Governor John Lynch, who proposed an EEI plan. Ned Gordon, who's currently a rep, was a senator, supported this idea. This is not a Democrat or Republican idea. The idea of helping eliminate opportunity gaps is one of our core responsibilities in the state, whether you're an elected official, as you all are, or whether you're a citizen who's benefited from this system and cares about kids where we came from. This bill is all about that. Is it complicated? Yes. I would just like to focus you, please, on 3 items, Mr. Chair, and move on, not walk through this thing. If you look at page 3, what we see is a conclusion by the expert at our commission that in New Hampshire, the communities that have higher relative poverty have lower relative spending capacity. Whereas in Massachusetts, you can see the line is reversed. Is this on page 3? Anyone see the graph there? This is right out of the report of the expert. I would say if we knew how to win with statistics on a good program, New Hampshire's line would tilt from the way it is there, which is regressive, to a system that has got greater resources available to the communities who have greater poverty in their communities. I would like to just focus on a comparison chart. Next, if you go to page 7, please. Page 7 of that PowerPoint. Let's see if we get there. There's a graph with bubbles. It's got 2 graphs, one on the top, one on the bottom. The top graph shows the current system. All the towns are at about right around $4,100 per pupil in terms of their aid from the state. And that's regardless of what their equalized valuation is. That's almost a straight line. That means in Claremont, where I know there are greater challenges, because I care deeply, we won the state championship when I was in Claremont. I was on basketball and baseball teams. I see Representative Allison, who is a better basketball player than I am, and so is Representative Moffett. We played together in Concord. I would say that it's terrible that Claremont is getting the same amount of money per pupil that Hanover is getting. There's something wrong with that. That's different than any other state in the country. There's no precedent for that. How have we gotten there? I'd like to show you what the Foundation Opportunity Program does in the second graph. In the second graph, you see that there's a spread. Some communities get as high as a foundation budget of $16,000. Others have a foundation budget of $8,000. This represents an opportunity for this program to say, I know there are opportunity gaps, let's focus the resources. That is, in a picture, what this program does. I would now just like to focus on one other page, actually 2, page 10. Everybody, including the study committee, is going to ask, how does the math of this work? How will there be impacts in my community and other communities? Well, the formula is easy. The DOE will determine a foundation opportunity budget that's based on outcomes and opportunity gaps. Every community will have one. It will differ by community. Then there's a phase-in period. It takes about 10 years. There's an amendment that has to be prepared that Representative Luno, Representative Ames, other sponsors are working with to get it out of legislative services. It was very busy at leg services. They're great there. But that's getting done. But it's a 10-year phase-in. How does a community get its foundation opportunity budget paid? Two sources. One is it has a required appropriation. And that appropriation is based, it takes into account its local property tax base. And if there's any gap left, it gets a grant from the State Education Trust Fund. And the sum total of those grants in the first year with the phase-in proposed mean no increase in the first year. It is designed to try and have the same amount of funds that are currently being spent out of the Education Trust Fund carry forward in that first year. Make no mistake about it. The Foundation Opportunity Program is designed to run over 10 years in a way that says public education is our state's top priority. Guess what? It already is. It's the highest component of spending, state, local, plus the federal component of any other priority in the state budget, by far. And that is important. Why? As Mel Myler said, because they're all our children. I would like to say that, and then if we go to fiscal impacts on page 11, the LBA has got this bill. They are becoming familiar with it, and they are working to prepare a fiscal note. Thank you again to Chairman Ladd to put it into a work session to allow LBA with the crush of bills they've had. You know nobody works harder than LBA, and they're working to get that. We will see it, but as I said, one important part is that it's designed to fit within the general scheme of our budget. Importantly, some towns don't get the same level of grant that they're getting now. However, this bill recognizes that you can't make unexpected impacts on communities' local district budgets, and it provides for transition grants that would protect communities from drops in their grants. And that would that transition's help would be there for 5 years. Where would the money come from that? Just like Massachusetts has done, they recognize that public education has been one of the most devastated institutions in our society from COVID. And the federal dollars that are available, and I served on Gopher, the committee, the advisory committee, and I've helped really Democratic and Republican governors do their budgets for 30 years. Those federal dollars would be used to stabilize the transition to a fair opportunity for all students in New Hampshire. The last, on page 12, the last slide I want to work on here is just to identify that this bill also has property tax relief for low and moderate income individual homeowners. You all haven't seen this bill, but the House Ways and Means Committee has. Representative Dick Ames has introduced legislation that would strengthen and clarify this property tax relief, because you know who really needs it? The people who have low and moderate incomes. You don't need to grant property tax relief to people who own million-dollar properties. They can pay the same rate that we all pay for the state property tax. But let me tell you right now, in our current law, there is a bomb that's waiting to explode in our face. And that is, we do not collect excess state property tax from whole towns. What that means is there are different rates being paid. Our Constitution is so strong in protecting that all taxpayers must pay tax at the same rate, that is a risk to our state's public fisc. This bill would focus on fixing that problem and then making sure that taxpayers in towns that would see a tax increase, when they're low and moderate income, they get relief. And this is wound into this bill too. That is a quick overview of this bill. The PowerPoint and the section by section is available for everyone, the public, to look at. I would close, Mr. Chair, by saying every time public education funding has been done in this state since Claremont 2, it's been a crisis. It's been out of control. It's been raced. It has not had clear guidance on principles. But this bill does. It is integrated. It is got a lot of thought. It is neither Republican nor Democrat. It is about fair funding that solves the opportunity gaps that we have in our state. And I couldn't say this more passionately, that rather than wait for the crisis to hit us, we thank this committee for starting on the road towards a planned, smart replacement for the current unfair, broken, and very likely unconstitutional system. Thank you, Dave. Would you like to close? That's it.
Thanks, Bill, and thanks to all of you for being here throughout the day and into the afternoon to allow us to present this bill. And my thanks again to Rick to the chair, to put this to work sessions, and of course I've got to thank my colleagues Bill, Dick Ames, Mel Myler, Mary Heath, and Chairman Ladd for their work serving on the School Funding Commission, and really I think opening our eyes to some of the challenges that we're facing in terms of how we go about how we're currently funding schools, and helping us really sort of see opportunities for ways of improving that, not just for next year or 2 years, but for decades to come. And one of the things Bill didn't mention, but alluded to, is that we're at the beginning of this road. Yeah, the commission did work, but we're at the beginning now of the legislative process. We're not coming to this committee with a fully cooked, ready to go, meal prep kit. This is something that we can work on together, and it's important that we get started now because there's another shoe to drop. Do you want to talk the Conval?
You do that.
So, well, I'm not as equipped to do it as our attorney.
Let me try quickly. You all know the Conval case is pending. You know that the judge, the local judge, concluded that the current system on the funding side was unconstitutional. It went to the New Hampshire Supreme Court. They said, you got to hold a trial. That trial is in summer of 22. That judge will then look at the question, is $3,907 an adequate funding level to satisfy the constitutional obligation? We don't know how that's going to come out. But there's a risk that that court could conclude after trial that it's not enough. And then it'll go on appeal to the Supreme Court. You know where that will go because it's gone there every time. The court will look at it and it'll remind the legislature again of its leadership role in establishing a sound, fair system for funding public education in New Hampshire. And that's why it's important that this commission did all the work it did, has produced a recommendation, and is not just sitting on its laurels, but bringing it forward to let this committee start work before there's a problem arising from the Conval case or the statewide property tax case. And I do want to say right here, I did note not only that Representative Ellison was better at Concord basketball than me, but Representative Moffitt was much better. Whether it's on the Gaslighter or Joe King's, it's good to see you guys.
So great. Thanks, and we're happy to take some questions.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate your being able to give the overview of where this particular bill is going or would like to go. A lot of work to be done. The gap is too large. We got to, as you say. So I hope we can come up with something positive. We have certainly tried over the years since I've been in this house and prior to my being in the house. I don't know how many task force, how many committees. I do know how many, and I just don't know if I can count that all in one hand. And with the commission, good stuff in various parts of all that. But we just been chipping around the side and haven't gotten to where we need to go. Somehow we have to do that, and let's put a good foot forward here. And at this point in time, we'll open this up to questions from those sitting here on the committee. Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one question, something probably we need for our work session. Tax rates are only half the problem. The cost, average cost of the housing is the other half. For example, a $300,000 house where I live may only be a $100,000 house in Berlin. So if their tax rate is 3 times more, we're paying the same taxes. So that's something we need to work on, look at.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Ralph.
Further questions or statements? Yes, Representative.
Ruoff, right?
I think so.
It's Judge David Ruoff. And that has moved from Cheshire
Yes.
to Rockingham?
I'm not a litigator, but it did move.
Is it in Rock? Yeah. Yeah, so that, and it's in,
But he kept control of the case when he moved, and so yes, it's Judge Ruoff.
Representative Likas, do you have a question?
It's more of a, well, it is sort of a question. I'm wondering, a lot of this is about money and getting money to districts, but are you going to, in the subcommittee and figuring this out, how that money is actually going to help? Because what I've noticed, there's a strong correlation between the academic level of the parents and the achievement of the children. And the question is, how is this money that you're giving, how are you going to make it hold the towns accountable to use it for something that's going to actually work to help bridge that gap? Because I see that as a much bigger gap.
Right, and Representative Likas, thank you very much for that question. That's a very important point. And I think you tied the money into accountability and student outcomes very, very well. That's one of the things that I think we're most excited about when it comes to the Foundation Opportunity Plan. Because unlike an accountability system that's based on a bag of things, like 30 chairs and a teacher and one principal for every 500 kids and stuff like that, I mean, you could certainly add all those things up and find out if a district is spending their money on those things. But to be able to measure the student performance and hold districts accountable based on that, and there's an entire section in the 1680 on accountability that ties back to performance. It ties back to data collection from the department so that we can continue to improve our ability to measure student outcomes and support districts so that student outcomes meet the outcome standard that we've defined for an adequate education. Yeah.
May I add just one thought? An excellent question. I agree. Thank you for it. I want to say that the court in Claremont, Supreme Court in those Claremont cases, has always said you can't have a system that satisfies the constitutional duty to provide a decent public education without an accountability system. We've struggled for years to have an accountability system because the data measuring outcomes has been new and hesitant. In our committee meetings, it was clear that for the first time, we have built a database of outcomes data that allows a check on whether the outcome gap, the opportunity gap has been closed. And this bill requires every 10 years a recalculation that is transparent and produces data that the public, the legislature, courts can look at to see whether there's a closing of the opportunity gap. That is something that has been missing in past efforts to resolve this horrible problem that has drained energy of great elected officials for so long. We should fix it.
Are there further questions? Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Were there any other cards? Yep. Okay, somebody else is very familiar with this process. I'd like to invite Jeff McClinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify this afternoon on House Bill 1680. In view of the hour, I'll attempt to be brief and just try to hit some key points. For the record, my name is Jeff McClinch, and I'm the project director of the New Hampshire School Funding Fairness Project. As the members of the committee have just heard, New Hampshire's school funding system suffers at present from a pair of injustices and has for some time, both deep and enduring inequities in educational opportunity and enormous differences in the property taxes we pay as residents and business owners to support public schools. The tremendous gap between what the state has determined to be the cost of an adequate education, about $4,700 per pupil, and the cost that communities actually face, roughly $19,300 per student on average, as of the most recent data, are a glaring testament to these injustices, as are school property tax rates that range from $2.27 to $20.89 per $1,000 of value. These two injustices arise from a single source. The state of New Hampshire has failed for decades to fulfill its fundamental constitutional responsibility to provide an adequate education to every child within its borders. Instead, it has shifted that responsibility onto local property taxpayers, forcing them to bear approximately $2.3 billion in costs each year, costs that should be met with state revenues. The only way to remedy these injustices is to end that downshifting and to create a system that enables the state of New Hampshire to meet, at long last, its core educational responsibilities. The bill before you this afternoon, 1680, would take meaningful steps towards alleviating some of the disparities now endemic in New Hampshire's school funding system. And I don't want to belabor these points because I'm happy to hear that there's going to be a study committee that looks at this, or a subcommittee, but there are three changes in particular that stand out. First, consistent with, as you've heard, rigorous statistical analyses conducted by the American Institutes of Research, the bill would modify the current adequacy aid formula to ensure that the distribution of such aid better reflects the needs of school districts and the student populations they serve. Second, 1680 would mitigate some of the variation in school property tax rates now faced by different homeowners and businesses in different parts of the state by requiring municipalities to remit the full amount of the existing statewide property tax to the state treasury. Third, the bill would ease the economic hardships school property taxes can create for low-income granted staters by expanding eligibility for the existing homeowners property tax relief program and by substantially increasing the value of the rebates the program pays out. Nevertheless, as it's currently written, House Bill 1680 would fall short of attaining the kind of comprehensive reform needed to ensure the state of New Hampshire fulfills its constitutional responsibility to provide an adequate education to every child. In particular, in establishing a minimum foundation budget contribution equal, in some cases, to $5 per $1,000 of value, the bill would require local property taxpayers to continue to help finance the provision of an adequate education, a duty that lies squarely with the state. As the Supreme Court made abundantly clear in its 2006 Londonderry ruling, whatever the state identifies as comprising constitutional adequacy, it must pay for. None of that financial obligation can be shifted to local school districts, regardless of their relative wealth or need. In addition, in making the changes noted to the current adequacy formula, the bill likely or ultimately entails an increase in the total amount of such aid the state may distribute in a given year, though, as was acknowledged, there's not yet a fiscal note on the bill, so the extent of that increase isn't known over time. Now, to be sure, the state should be increasing such aid, so that localities are not forced to pay the lion's share of costs for public education. However, beyond the restoration of the SWEPT as a true statewide tax, the bill does not appear to include a permanent state revenue source to support any such increase in aid. So in closing, I'm heartened to hear that the bill will continue to be considered in a subcommittee, and I hope that we at the School Funding Fairness Project will have a chance to work with the sponsors of the bill and all the members of this committee and that subcommittee to address these concerns and ultimately to build a school funding system that fulfills the state's responsibilities and leads to greater equity for students and taxpayers alike. Again, I thank you for the chance to be here this afternoon, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Do you have a copy of, is that your presentation you've been flipping to the side?
You should have.
You have a copy of that
in
right
front of
now?
you there, yep.
For the record, okay, great. I
Yep.
just want to
And
make sure we have.
I've emailed a copy to the committee and to
Great,
Ms.
thank
Ford.
you. Are there questions from the committee? I don't see any hands up.
I know I'm standing between you and home, so
No, it's just a huge task.
it certainly is.
And there's a long path that has to be taken, so we'll work towards it. So no further questions, and I don't see, are there any other cards which we have here? So we don't have that, so we will close this hearing. And as I stated before, I have appointed a subcommittee to move forward on this. Those subcommittee members have been notified, and we will meet on January 24th. Thank you very much. This hearing is closed. Did you get a copy of this? No. Oh, so wait a minute, so I need one too.
Yep.
Did you get one for the record? Okay.
They all had them?
They all have them, so, okay, so we'll just keep one extra up here. Okay.